Oh, he didn't stop it. But is TrueTouch going to react? He does
my
cancel.
god,
and
dude!
That is actually a saving move for TrueTouch right there.
Like, dude, Tech is playing out of his mind. All he has to do here is get some nice storms off. That's a lot of zealots. The Archon also is going to do a lot of work. He's going to run up here, but his units are starting to bunch up a bit. The Templar are going to go down before Stormlords, and this is going to be such a disastrous situation to be in as TrueTouch. He's getting absolutely mauled at his third base, and all these Overlords, they're just going to get evaporated by the Corsairs.
And wow, he already has the Filers and Darkform, and that's just a pure goon army basically, so no counter to Lings and Lurkers under Darkform. You can see him scrambling to escape, but the Storm gets on top of his own units, and now I think Tech is on the brink of just being eliminated.
TrueTouch, he does see the blood in the water. He is going to pounce on top of this Protoss force. Storms going off though, some nice connections, but the problem is this Protoss force was whittled down too much, and again, TrueTouch sniping all those Templars earlier on meant that this force basically only had 3 Templars to work with. Bo's gonna push the trigger. The shuttles do fly in onto the tank line. So many Zealots screening for the Dragoons, and this looks like such a sick engagement from Protoss. The Storms are also going down on top of the tanks. The Zealots do evaporate though, and now Boa has to pull back a lot of...
This is it. This is going to be Terra moving out in first place unless something catastrophic happens. But again, look at the Vultures in the back. Even though the Zealots may clean up the army, the Vultures make sure that the entire mineral line is destroyed.
Oh my god, and so many more probes coming in to their death here, and Terra's just doing game-ending damage. Oh my god, this is going to be so close. And the Rax is going to float down here, so the DTs are out. Okay, Ultra knows what's up. The DT
oh no, you can't go up here. That's a mistake.
Just dies.
Okay, where's that sec? Oh no, what?
It's out of range. Oh my god, dude.
My green screen fell because I'm...
Oh my god, and more goons coming in at the natural. I don't even know what is going on. Bo is actually just pushing through with the DT goon attack. You don't see this every day. This is going to be so tight of a defense for Zerg, and actually no cannons. That is a shield batter going out. The creep colony does get killed. Drones getting pulled here, and Crossy takes his engagement, but perfect positioning by the Zealots, and they're just going to completely wipe the floor with these Zerglings. A couple of drones go down as well. The shield battery finishes, and has Court done it?
Here he goes. Can he take down this many Lings and this many Sunken? Mutalisk coming from the back, Mutalisk in the front, and there might actually be a little bit too much DPS for Crossy.
No, I mean, these +1/+1 Hydras. This is like watching a PvZ Nyokin, and Avi-Love is a Terran player. He's just sunken busting Cross out of this tournament.
Oh, he's built so many Links. He's going to try and engage this army. The Firebat is in the front. They're dealing so much damage into the front Links. Look at these Firebats. He killed almost nothing.
Oh my god, a misclick from Gornich. 6 Scourge pop out. Those aren't Mutalisks, and Dandy's just going to run in here, kill the Sunken, and he is going to kill this hatchery for free. These Mutalisks are just not, there's just not enough Mutalisks to deal with these Marines. Dandy is focus firing the Mutalisks just well enough. And GG, oh my god. We'll have to see if he can do it here.
Yeah, but it's only 5 Mutalisks versus I thought I saw 10 for Gornish. So as long as the Scourge don't connect, this is an overwhelming amount of Mutalisks, and it looks like none of them are, maybe 2, and that's it. And this should be Gornish eliminating Zeke. There's only 4 Mutalisks right there.
Yeah, and Gornish, he's doing it, man. It's only 7 Marines. It's very easy to deal with that, especially with the Mutalisks that are left over. So this here is going to be a donation from Grindboss, and you, as a Terran player, you lose a lot of tempo by making this dropship and not getting any value out of it. So a lot of space to be gained by Hawk, and these vessels might be there ready to get picked off. And if he loses these vessels, man, I mean, the game's going to be so hard for him. Loses, oh, he's going to get some more vessels. You cannot lose these. I would actually just totally suicide these Mutalisks for these vessels. It's such huge value. Terran has absolutely no pressure going on to the Zerg, but the problem with Hawk's position is that, okay, Grindboss getting a bit feisty here. He's a bit mad.
Dragon coming in through the back. That is going to be another massive flank, and it looks like maybe Dragon can just barely hold, but Zealots coming in through the back. Also, now the Goons are hiding up high ground, and what looked like was going to be a great attack for Protoss ends up going in Zerg's favor. Well, chat, It's about 30 seconds from seeing a GG from Casper. The Goons, they didn't get the kill onto the tank, but what they did see is there's no turret and no comsat, and with those swipes, that's going to be the end of Casper's run. There's no academy in sight. There's no eBay in sight. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, he's just gonna go in. He needs to get the right stasis off. One EMP goes off onto the Arbiter. Second EMP hits with the other Arbiter as well. He does have 2 stasis to work with, but they're not going down just yet. He does stasis a clump of tanks, but those are the ones that are gonna... It really saves them more than anything. He needs to stasis these back tanks. This is gonna be a massive stasis. Huge stasis, but it's just too late. The tanks have already dished out their damage. A lot of Protoss units are left over, but oh my god, the mines connect. That siege tank splash damage completely obliterates that group of goons.
Welcome to day 2 of the BSL round of 16. I am here with Gypsy. Yesterday, we saw True Touch and Bonnet, the 2 kings of BSL, make it out of their group, but Hawk and Medino definitely put up a fight, and True Touch for sure put up a really nice showing, taking down Bonnet in the early stages, and there was a real chance that he was going to be gone because Hawk and him went 1-1, went into the decider game in the elimination match, and just barely Bonnet makes it through. So now we're going to be getting into Group B, and we've got one of our heroes of BSL last season, OyA, Gorinich, Avi-Love. I have to think about the last Zerg.
Michael, dude.
Yeah, Michael. How could I forget Michael, man? Because this guy, everybody was talking about, oh, this guy, he's the Cheese King, right? That's his actual ladder ID. And he's just actually the Macro King in ZVP.
Yeah, he did have some nice games earlier in the tournament to get out of his group, and against Tech, I think, and he even beat. Did he beat? Oh no, he beat Sneasel, and then he beat Tech. Yeah, so his ZVP was absolutely amazing. I was gonna say because he was also in a group with True Touch, but they didn't actually play, and now he's going to be in this all Zerg group with one ZVZ, where at least the first game is going to be a ZVZ for him. So he is going to be tested on that matchup. But yeah, besides that, obviously we have Gorinich, Avi-Love, and OyA, who are also having a good tournament so far. I mean, OyA hasn't played just yet. He got seeded into the round of 16 because he was one of the top finishers on the ladder. And like you said, Nyokin, OyA last tournament was kind of having a breakout tournament. So we'll have to see if he can continue his success here in Season 11 of BSL now. Of course, he is really strong, but this is going to be a very, very tough group.
Yeah, every season, obviously, I'm rooting for Terran players as a Terran player myself. And when people like Terror and Dandy get into the round of 16 or round of 8 or whatever, I always am looking forward to their games, for sure. But I have to say that this match that is coming up is probably my round of 16 matchup. It's going to be OyA versus Gorinich, and the reason I'm mentioning this is because last season, as you mentioned, OyA had his breakout tournament. He looked really, really strong. But Gorinich, 2 seasons ago, he got second place. He may have had the best macro game of BSL I've ever seen in BSL in the finals versus Bonnet. So if Gorinich is on form and OyA is on form, this should be very interesting, and I think if Gorinich can bring his A-game macro, I would like to see OyA how well OyA can stand up to it. So even though there's no Terran in that particular matchup, this is actually my personal round of 16 matchup of the entire round of 16.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick. I mean, that being said, yesterday we did see Bonnet versus True Touch, so I don't know. That was pretty epic itself. But OyA Gornich is going to be a really good matchup. And then after that, we're also going to have Michael versus Avi-Love. Now, we talked about Michael, who got first place in a group that had True Touch in it, so that was kind of surprising in and of itself. But also, Avi-Love came out of the kind of mostly Zerg group, and he's again in a mostly Zerg group. So definitely, I feel like he's going to be feeling good about this. You know, just because of his, and not just that. I mean, Avi-Love did also get out of a hugely Zerg group last season, so his ZvZ has been very reliable to say the least. But we'll have to see, really. OyA versus Gornich is the first game here, best of 3. Again, remember, all of the games in the round of 16 are going to be best of 3. And taking a look at the first 2 players here, OyA probably one of the youngest players in the BSL, if not the youngest.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at right now. It's 1996. And Gornich is 1986, and I got very depressed all of a sudden when I saw OyA's age, because I'm also 1986 along with Gornich. But yeah, 10-year difference. Now, you would think that maybe that would give Gornich a lead, because of course he's going to have way more years of experience, but with FPVODs, streams and stuff like that, players these days can up their skills ridiculously fast, and you can see it simply from the progression of OyA. Look at his BSL7 Gosu League winner, BSL8 basically just qualifies for BSL and then gets eliminated, then BSL9 5th to 8th, and then BSL10, the biggest one, he ends up getting 4th. So OyA, just over time, he's going up and up and up the ladder. Meanwhile, Gornich, no slouch either. He got 2nd in BSL 8, 3rd place in BSL 9. He's obviously a beast in BSL. So this should be a good match. Like I said, I'm really looking forward to this one. And if we look at the statistics, each player has a sizable amount of games. It's not like, oh, look at OyA's win rate versus Terran, it's 80% and he's only played, 3 games or something. This is 30 game sample size. Meanwhile, Gornich has almost 50 games. So these statistics are relevant too.
Yeah, for sure. And, Gornich, of course, himself, no slouch at all. He's been kind of a powerhouse in the foreign scene for a long time now. And as you said, Naokin, Gornich is one of those macro players. And if he gets into his element, he absolutely destroys. I mean, CBSL Season 8, he was the runner-up to that. And Season 9, he was 3rd place. Now, Season 10 was a bit of a kind of, a step back for Gornich. We remember he was actually in one of those really difficult groups and barely didn't make it out. But he's always strong, and OyA, like you said, he's been on a constant climb here, but it's hard to always keep it going, right? And 4th place is going to be hard to beat, but we'll have to see. Again, this is the first time that OyA is playing this tournament, so we all get to see where he's at. The first game is going to be on Overwatch, and Overwatch, I mean, this is a pretty decent Protoss map versus Zerg, because that 3rd base is, if you can kind of defend on 3 bases, it's nice for Protoss, but taking the 4th base is kind of difficult. And also, because there's not that many bases, Zerg kind of thrives on maps that they have more opportunities to take more bases, more options. But then again, we saw just how on this map you can kind of pull your opponent apart, and Zerg really thrives in those situations. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think about who do you think is going to be a favorite coming into this game here, Naokin?
So it's always the boomer in me when I see maps like this. I think, well, it has to be Protoss favorite, and the reason is I feel like if you can ever split a map as Protoss, we saw yesterday Bonnet defend how many times top middle with just Reaver Storm? And if Protoss goes for those types of comps where they have super AoE and just defends, you would think like, well, Zerg has to commit so many resources just to break this base that it's maybe not even worth it. However, now that players like Larva have come along and shown how strong defensive Zerg is,
my viewpoint has kind of changed a little bit. So I don't necessarily agree with my old viewpoint, which is Protoss camps with AoE and will just win to starve them out. My experience on here is every time Zerg camps, Zerg wins. So I would probably favor Zerg a little bit.
Yeah. No, definitely. That's definitely true, Nayok. And the only problem I have with Turtle Zerg on maps like these is that there's not that many bases. You know? You get top right, and then that's it. So we'll have to see exactly what Gornish chooses to go for here. The game is ready. OyA versus Gornish. Let's go.
So in the top left, in the teal, representing IRK from Sweden, it is OyA.
And there you go. Zero pulling a fast one on you, Nyokin. In the red now. It is Gornish. Bottom right.
Well, I hope you have your notebook out and you're tallying up these red versus blue scores, and also
Yeah.
bottom right versus bottom left. I know you are, right? You've got it. You got a notepad.
You want to know
open.
the secret?
Oh yeah, hit me with it.
I haven't done that. I just said it for comedic effect. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just have to keep track then. We'll figure out whether blue or red is stronger. Now we do have OyA with the low ground pylon going back to the main. Initially, when I saw this a year ago, you would think that this is going to be a Forge expand, but more often than not, players are sending that probe back out, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Gateway's going to be coming down, and okay. Now, neither of us are Protoss players. However, I have to point out that gateway looks very, very far back, and I'm sitting here thinking, where do your cannons actually go if you get busted?
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely slightly misplaced. You want to have the... I mean, it's not going to block the Nexus, but you might not even be able to put a cannon between the gate and the Nexus. And guys, you might think that that's like, oh, you know, it's not a big deal. Like, and it's true. A lot of the time, it doesn't end up being a big deal. But there are Zerg players out there that will see a weakness in your wall and they'll go for it. So, but Gornish, he's not that type of Zerg player, I don't think. I think he's a much more laid back, economy-focused player. So he might let that slide. And, you know, so far, it is gate first versus overpool. Kind of the bread and butter of this matchup nowadays. Really, it is kind of the two build orders you see the most frequently. OyA does have this trademark play where he sends his probe straight to the third base, blocks up the pylon, and then goes to your natural. And if he sees that it's not hatch first, he just cancels his pylon at the third. But the probe is always going to get there before the drone has to put the hatchery down. So this is really annoying for Gornish, obviously. But at the same time, you know, I think Gornish will happily take the pylon there as a trade. Because really, this pylon... I mean, you need the second pylon as Protoss. Like, he's going to have to put the Nexus down soon. Or, no, he built another pylon in his main. So it is delaying OyA's build slightly. Gornish, though, puts down the hatchery, so telegraphing that he is going to go for not a 3-hatch play. That's kind of huge, man, because all of a sudden, I feel like, you know, unless you want to mine from really inefficiently for a bit, I feel like OyA can look at this and be like, you know what? I don't think Gornish is going to go for something like a 973 or something like a 3-hatch all-in.
Well, this pylon I really like, and what I like about it is if I was Zerg, I would instantly send my links to go kill that pylon. But you notice that OyA has a zealot across the map, and if Gornish moves those links, that all of a sudden opens access into the main. So Gornish is, you know, obligated to just let that pylon sit there, and I would be massively tilted, especially after getting my nat blocked also, for this third base to be denied for so long. Now that is a sunken or a creep colony coming in. It looks like Lings have snuck into OyA's base, but Gornish is somehow supply blocked. Okay, now he's unsupply blocked. Meanwhile, 4 Lings in the main. First probe goes down. Multiple probes are going to go down. Already 2. Looks like a zealot is trying to come to defend. Yesterday we saw Boneth get away with just Gateway Nexus for a long time, and it looks like that's what OyA tried to go for also and has been punished instantly. Meanwhile, 3 Zealots on the ramp are going to deny these lanes for quite a while. Look at the lack of surface area for these lanes. Surprisingly, that one on the right has taken quite a bit of damage. Maybe he'll be able to plow down, but it looks like the Zealots are just a little bit too strong. But it looks like speed is kicked in, and with 4 lanes in your main, this is definitely panic mode for OyA.
These ramps are quite big. Usually you can't see 3 Zealots line up like that on a ramp, so really kind of efficient trading here from OyA. And even here, oh my god, these Zealots are getting so much value, way more than they should be, honestly, and I think it's making up for the probes that OyA is losing in his main, though obviously that's a terrible feeling as Protoss. He's not even going to lose another probe, so honestly, looking at that trade at Gornich's natural, and you see Gornich still has that pylon there to deal with. This is looking like a pretty decent early game for the Protoss player. But, you know, obviously getting the Zerglings in there, killing some probes off, did even it out. So far, though, the Stargate is on the way, and it looks like Gornich doesn't really have the saturation you would want to have at this point. This off-center hatchery is pretty annoying. Now getting his 4th hatchery, so I'm assuming... Is there a lair making? I actually wasn't paying attention. No, it's not. Yeah, so... this Stargate might be problematic. Gornich needs to put down a Hydra Den soon. Looking at this, man, Protoss is in a really nice spot.
Yeah, I look at this and I just think, okay, well, how can really Zerg ever recover? Because his drone count is so low, his larva count is really low because of the hatcheries being delayed so long. He built a ton of lings just to bust those 3 Zealots and also be able to deny a follow-up attack. So OyA already running away with this game. Supplies are, you know, not catastrophic just yet. Hydra Den going up, and there's really going to be no answer for the Sayer. Sure, Hydras can pop out, but not really the ideal unit you want to deal with the Sayers. 4th hatch for OyA, or for Gornich. I feel like we've seen this in previous BSLs from him where he went for 4 hatch. What's the reasoning here for 4 hatch as opposed to 5 or 6 hatch?
Well,
oh, there it is. Never mind.
4 hatches is because he has to get the Hydra Den first, then you get the 4th hatch, or the 5th hatch rather. But definitely, I mean, I have seen Zergs go 6 hatch before lair, but that's really, really pushing it. Because again, you really need Overlord speed at some point. That's really the big thing about getting into lair tech, and also obviously getting +2 range upgrades as well. But Overlord speed is so crucial in dealing with these the Corsairs rather. And honestly, it was looking like OyA was upgrading +1 air weapons and getting Corsairs, but he actually canceled it. So it looks like he's only going to stay on that 1 Corsair and go straight into Gates, which is going to be a really nice style here against the no lair from Gornich. It's a really good decision here by OyA. And Gornich, of course, he is going up to lair. And that's the downside of this 5 hatch before lair type build is, you know, it's a very, very strong economical opening, but you're not threatening Spire anymore. And Protoss, honestly, a lot of their problems in this matchup comes from the fact that at any point in time, Mutalisks can hatch. And when you toss that out the window and Protoss only has to focus on dealing with ground armies, then the matchup becomes so much more straightforward. So, again, I can't understate how good of a position OyA is in, but Gornich does have really nice saturation at all 3 bases, and he is scaling his production really well. So, you know, obviously he's going to be able to contest this game, you know, in a good manner.
Yeah, we've got 6 gateways coming up for OyA. First Templar's already out. Last season we saw some interesting builds from him with like goon-based builds, but that's not the case this time. Cybernetics not spinning at all. Looks like there may potentially be a pylon or probe at top middle, thinking about taking his 3rd base very quickly. Looks like the computer got the best of someone right there, but OyA setting up for a...
Skynet's taking over Nyokin.
Oh, is it? I mean, it
do
might
you get that reference or no? I know you do, because you were talking about last season how you really like Terminator. Nyokin's just staring straight at me on this screen, man. It's actually insane.
You know, I went out today, and the person I went out with asked me, what's the latest movie that you saw? And actually, the latest movie I saw was Star Wars, despite saying last season that I don't really care for Star Wars. And then after that, I don't have an answer. I like, literally, I was mentioning these movies that I like, and she was like, that's a 10-year-old movie. Like, I actually just don't watch movies very often at all.
Yeah, well, you know what I saw recently? Starship Troopers. My God, that movie is so good.
Old movie.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no Terran and Zerg in this matchup, so it's not well placed. But I will, you know, I mean, this is basically Alien versus Predator. Zerg versus Protoss. Okay, I don't know, man.
Well, it looks like OyA's on the move out right now. The Lings are trying to shark around to get some Templar. Look how many Zealots that is. How many is that? It looks like maybe it's like 18 with +1 comboed with 3 to 4 Templars. One of those Templars was built pretty early, so there should be double storm available, and on at least one of them. One of the Templars get picked off by just a couple of Lings. That second one, if that goes down, that's going to be another big win for Gornich. It's so low, one hit.
Oh my God.
But it looks like during all this, the Zealots kind of moved a little bit too far forward. That's a whiff. So I think that this attack might not really work. Wow, you can see Gornich was already moving into position because he knew this was like the meat grinder.
Oh!
Yet still, OyA tries to push through. That's another whiff of the storm. But where are the Hydras? They're over on the left side.
Oh my God, dude! I can't believe OyA was just forcing the issue across the bridge, and now the Hydralisks finally joined. And honestly, that was a lot of whiff storms, and even that last High Templar did not get a storm off. So that was really cleanly done here from Gornich. Kind of a bit overzealous by OyA to just push across the bridge like that. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna go in here. And I think maybe Gornich, he had hid some of those Hydralisks to near to his third base, so maybe OyA just did not calculate, like, okay, wow, Zerg has way more Hydralisks than I thought he did. But that was definitely a blunder by Protoss. Basically threw away a whole control group of Zealots as well as Templar, like 3 Templar. So now, though he does have a significant amount of Dragoons, you can see there's no Zealots to essentially support them. That was a nice storm by OyA. He is trying to clear out this 12 o'clock. Okay, you can see OyA is desperate about taking a third base. Now, this is a bit a bit cheeky from OyA, and unluckily for him, Gornich is sending his overlords in that direction, so he will spot it out. Another small skirmish breaking near OyA's high ground here, main high ground. Looks like there aren't enough Hydralisks to threaten that Protoss force, though, so OyA does push them back, and it looks like he is going to be able to put down the Nexus at top right, but 2 Hydralisks are going to be annoying. OyA will have to send a couple of units there to defend, though, you know, Protoss is doing a really good job here pushing the Zerg back.
Yeah, we're going to see another big engagement on the high ground. Not that many Hydras here. 0 AoE for the Protoss, so he's got to be very careful. I'm surprised that he's feeling this confident to move up into high ground. 2 Hydras denying top right for now, but it looks like that one Zealot is going to clean it up. Yeah, this is why you can't attack up into high ground into Hydras without any AoE. The Zealots just get instantly mowed down. And Gornich, who looked like he was on the ropes in the beginning stages of the game, after the first botched attack from OyA and the whiffs of the storm, Gornich is making a very, very strong push back to OyA. 4th base is even going down for Gornich at bottom left. Another Templar gets picked off. It seems like maybe 1 storm has landed this entire game. Top right, I think, is going to be denied. However, with this Protoss army right on your doorstep, Gornich needs to be careful to not lose his 3rd or natural.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strong push by Protoss, but at the same time, OyA is not going to be able to defend this top right. I like how Gornich is playing. This is how you can abuse basically the race that has the more cost-efficient but less mobile army here. In that, you know, Zerg is much stronger in these small skirmishes, so it's hard for Protoss to deal with a control group of Hydras just threatening one of their bases, because they have to pull way more units than the Zerg does. So this here, I mean, both players are going to trade 1 base for 1 base, but to be completely honest with you, I mean, I think this is pretty good for Zerg. The 3rd base from Protoss represents a much more significant threat than the 4th base from Zerg. Though Gornich obviously will want to take a 4th base at some point. Now, Gornich is being a bit passive here with these Hydralisks. Those Templar narrowly avoiding death, honestly. If Gornich had vision there, he would have definitely pounced on them. These Hydras, though, almost reminiscent of True Touch. This is what kind of is the hallmark of a strong ZVP player, is their Hydralisk movements around the map. You know, especially without Mutalisks, this isn't a way to pick off Templar and constantly harass the Protoss player. So I really like how Gornich is playing and finally getting a bunch of lurkers at his high ground. So preparing himself to take bottom left. Meanwhile, OyA is taking the 12 o'clock. And we'll have to see. Ooh, that's nice from Gornich. Denying top right.
Getting a bit worried for OyA because, as you mentioned yesterday, sure, OyA is going to be on 3 bases. However, it's so delayed that by the time he takes his 3rd base, Mineral or the main is probably going to be mined out. Nat may be close to being mined out. Meanwhile, Zerg, since they're always on a lower worker count, they're going to actually be on 4 base when the 4th base kicks in. So OyA, maybe he'll have an influx of minerals for maybe 1 or 2 minutes, but that's really going to subside. And Gornich's power spike is just really going to be kicking in. That's finally a pretty good storm, but he still loses a Templar during that trade. 150 to 90, though. That's a lot of Protoss army, but attacking uphill with not really a great unit comp to attack into lurkers is going to be difficult for him to bust. He should consider going around denying that 4th base, another good storm, but I guess he doesn't realize that it's going up again. That would be, I think, the ideal move.
I don't know.
Oh,
okay,
no!
Those 2 Templar going down. That was absolutely massive. Gornich, is he going to pull the trigger here and just attack this force of Protoss? The thing is, look at the supplies. I mean, OyA's macro has been rock solid. Gornich just, despite the fact that he killed so many Templar, he does not have the unit count to just roll over this Protoss force. And now OyA did secure his 3rd base and denied the 4th base from Zerg. And I was going to say, this is looking really nice from Protoss, just keeping the attention on this side of the map. It's allowing him to take the 12 o'clock, and it's denying the 4th base from Zerg. And this is why this map is kind of Protoss favored. You know, Zerg just it's really hard for Zerg to take a 4th base on this map in either matchup, whether it's versus Protoss or versus Terran. So really, OyA is playing this phenomenally well. And I like how OyA is moving around the map. He is making sure that mid right isn't taken instead of bottom left. But Gornich, he does have some counterplay of his own. Always moving.
Oh no. I feel like I've seen this before. We saw this yesterday versus True Touch. All of the defense on that high ground platform. Meanwhile, OyA just busts through the middle, and this is going to be a big flank from OyA or from Gornich. But so many storms available for OyA. Luckily, at the same time, Gornich moves his lurkers into position, so this is actually going to be denied. But that was very, very dangerous and close to game ending, simply because look at the supply, doubling in supply, basically 170 to 94. Gornich has denied top right again. Now he's scrambling to get back on top of the platform. He definitely needs to get all of these lurkers set up, but as I mentioned, OyA is going to be mining out pretty soon. You can see the main is gone. Nat is basically gone, so he's really only on 1 base right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've just been looking at the supplies for this entire time, and OyA has been floating around that 160, 170 supply, and Gornich is struggling to maintain 100 supply. So that's such a huge advantage for the Protoss player now. Overwatch, this is kind of the defining feature of the map. It's so hard to break the 3 main bases for either player. And really, the point of contention is always the 4th and 5th base, and it's really easy to attack those 4th and 5th bases. And, you know, as OyA comes here to take this fight, nice storm there, but really kind of an inconsequential battle here. But because that 4th base is so hard to take, this kind of configuration favors the Protoss, because obviously, if Protoss can just sit on their 3 base, they're super happy. Whereas if Zerg is stuck on 3 base, they're really starving in this matchup. So OyA doing a really good job to just constantly prevent the 4th base from Gornich to get up here. Here comes a storm drop. It's a couple of drones. Not the best storms. Actually, I think he only killed 2 drones there with 3 storms.
And he loses the shuttle and the Templar. So another big loss of expensive units for OyA. But something I've been noticing, despite the whiff of storms constantly, is the upgrades of Protoss are insane. They were at 3-2 at basically 16 minutes. Meanwhile, Zerg is not slouching either, 2-1. Yet I didn't notice, does Zerg have Hive? I feel like he may be a little bit resource starved. Okay, he does have Hive, he does have Defiler now, but we haven't seen a Defiler just yet. That was a pretty good storm right there, and a few forward lurkers are going to get picked off. And this might be all that OyA needs to finally push up the ramp, but instead, there's just so many lurkers in the back, he's going to back off again. But meanwhile, OyA has gotten up mid-left, and I guess Gornich realizes that, hey, he probably took this base because there's no way that he's just stuck on one base mining right now. Oh my god, finally! Amazing storms, and that's going to be it. Gornich is going to tap out. There's just way too much Protoss. Didn't have really any great trades at all other than sniping the Templars, and OyA just overwhelms him.
Yeah, just that was such a struggle from Zerg, and honestly, here's the deal. I think American,
Hit me
a map like Overwatch, we saw exactly why it's just such a good Protoss map. As Zerg on a map like that, you cannot play with lurkers. Okay, like okay, well, what is this guy talking about? Well, see, the thing is, like, once you get into those situations where you're morphing lurkers at your high ground and just getting into defensive posture as Zerg, you've lost the game. Really, the dominant style on this map should be Hydra Muta. Just run around with your Hydras, run around with your Mutas, just constantly pressure, and take a bunch of bases behind that. But if you start slowing down the tempo as Zerg, and you're trying to play that turtle style, like kind of like what we saw Hawk do versus Bonnet yesterday, and thinking about, okay, I'm just going to try and hold on to this base and then get into Defilers or something, that's just a recipe for disaster on Overwatch. You really need to play that really high tempo Zerg-based kind of lair mass Hydra play, or come up with some kind of like 2-base, I don't know, some Mutalisk play, but it has to be aggressive. You can't just chill there and play a really long, drawn-out game against Protoss, because exactly that happens. So, you know, I think Gornich's plan didn't quite work out on that map, but he has a bunch of other maps right now to choose from that suit that style better, I feel like.
Well, we have to remember that the early stages of the game were not exactly ideal for Gornich, except for the Lings getting in. He sniped a few probes, so I'm not too sure about the mass Hydra style, but I am remembering back to the ASL when Overwatch was in the map pool. 973 was a new thing, and I remember Miso just absolutely crushing Snow. Just, it was insane how many Hydras he built and just killed Snow with pure Hydra, just ran him over. So maybe it was just the lack of Hydras, and as you said, too much defense. However, from my experience on Overwatch, lurkers are very strong, but that could have been the case, just too overly defensive. The upgrades, like I said, for OyA were insane. He was trading decent, pretty good, despite having almost no storms land until the very end. So I'm wondering what Gornich's pick here, because if he's going to play that defensive style, as you mentioned, what's your go-to? Is it going to be a big map like we saw Hawk play on Blade Runner? Is it... Well, it sounds like a small map, a 2-player map like Eclipse, is not exactly what you want to do. You don't want to do that style either.
Well, the thing is, like, 2-player maps in general, they're not that good for a style like that, because you just don't have that many bases, and it's kind of easier. Well, Eclipse, the difference between Eclipse and a map like Overwatch is that Overwatch, you can eventually split the map, like top versus bottom. Eclipse, because of the dynamic between top left and bottom right, and because of the map architecture, it's really easy for attacks to come either which way. So it's much harder for someone, for like Protoss, for example, to stabilize on their side of the map, because Zerg can kind of attack you to the top, and then Zerg can kind of start expanding bottom right. And, you know, if Protoss is trying to deal with those 2 bases at bottom right, then they leave themselves open to attack on their 4th and 3rd base. So, you know, Eclipse kind of a much different dynamic from most 2-player maps, which I think is why it's such a good map. But I don't think we're going to be seeing Eclipse. I think we're probably going to be seeing, again, like Polypoid or something, or maybe even Blade Runner. Probably not Blade Runner, but or even Sylphid could be good.
Yes, I was going to say that. I think there's only 2 choices to pick, and that's Sylphid or Polypoid. There it is. There's Sylphid. So, you know, we saw Boneth versus Gorinich a couple seasons on this map, and this was the map that stood out to me in their series because Boneth was playing well on this map. It was top middle versus mid left, Boneth mid left, Gorinich top middle, and Gorinich just felt like he had endless units. He was literally just crushing every attack from Boneth. I don't think Boneth ever made it past the center of the map. That's how many units Gorinich had. So let's see if Gorinich can have similar macro, or if OyA is just gonna put a stop to him in the early stages of the round of 16. So in the top middle, we have our blue Protoss player up 1-0. It is OyA.
And in the bottom right, the Russian Zerg player in the red, it is Gorinich on Sylphid. Now, Sylphid is a nice Zerg map in general. There's a lot of bases to take here as Zerg, and they're all pretty defensible, but that fifth base is always difficult for Zerg. And so if we get kind of into a later game, this map can be problematic for Zerg. And the other thing is, it's not really the type of map that, again, lends itself too well to overly defensive play. Like, you really, as a Zerg player, would want to keep putting on pressure. And, you know, what's really good about Sylphid for Zerg is that it's such an open map that those Hydralisk hit squads can be really, really effective. And Gorinich is really good at that, but I would like to see him play really, really aggressively. And, you know, the difference between this map and a map like Overwatch, here's the thing why Overwatch is also another point why it's not that good for lurkers, in a sense, like if your plan is to go really quick lurkers, is that Overwatch, it's just hard to set up a contain, you know, because with the bridge, it's just difficult to set up a contain, whereas on Sylphid, it's pretty straightforward. You just go up to the natural there. So, you know, there's a lot of much more aggressive opportunities for Zerg, but I would like to see Gorinich just be very aggressive in this game.
Well, this is one of the most aggressive openers you're going to get because this is a 9 pool. It's not an over pool. So he's looking to put on the aggression instantly to OyA, and of course, since this is Sylphid and it's OyA playing, I'm paying close attention to the mini-map, whether a second probe gets sent out and whether we're going to have proxy gates. Not happening this time, but definitely something I was looking for. Looks like this probe is going to deny the drone for a little bit. Now the probe is going to have to turn around because those links are already out. This time, Hatch went down at 230 as opposed to last game. I think it started at 250, so that's a sizable difference for Gorinich. Forge is going down in response. OyA is definitely respecting the potential for a quick attack from these lings. Sylphid is one of those maps that has that small gap on the right side, so you got to be careful to not let lings get in. Now, Gorinich here is mining gas extremely quickly. This is already up and running, so this was like a 215 extractor for Gorinich.
Oh
no,
my god, there's a
about.
hole there! How insane is that? So these Zerglings are going to get inside of the base, and it looks like Gorinich did get speed and pulled off gas, so, you know, if he keeps these Zerglings alive for long enough and speed finally kicks in, he might be able to convert this into a bunch of probe kills, which could end the game outright. And I was just about to say, I like OyA's opening. You know, he scouted the 9 pool. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to play safe, get that Forge out, and get the cannon out. But now, all of a sudden, because 2 Zerglings are inside of his base, it's just such a nightmare. OyA still has yet to start his Nexus. It will go down now before the 3rd hatchery from Gorinich. So that is pretty decent timing there for the Protoss player. And, you know, which is why getting this Forge is pretty nice against 9 pool. You're not really pressured into getting your Nexus that early. Here come the 2 Zealots, so with the probe are going to get into a nice position. But actually, the surface area on that 1 Zealot was really good for Zerg. Now the probe goes down as well, and this Zealot is cleaned up. And all of a sudden, Nyoken... Oh my god, dude. Moving out with those Zealots is a double-edged sword, because if you don't get a good trade, all of a sudden now you have these big holes in your wall. Zerg is about to get Ling speed, and you only have 1 cannon, 1 Zealot. Like, if Gorinich wanted to, he could have pulled the trigger here, made a bunch of Lings, And I'm not too sure how Protoss holds on, but likely for OyA, Gornish seems to be droning up.
Yeah, but what it did get OyA was those lings in the main were eliminated by a single Zealot. Didn't take any losses, I don't think, in the probe count. So that at least went well for him. Meanwhile, Gornish is taking his third base. Still not mining any gas, so it looks like we're going to have a similar build to what we saw on Overwatch, which is going to be a bunch of hatches, probably going to the Hydra Den. Lair's going to be delayed for quite a bit. Probe does get taken out, so there's going to be no scouting allowed for OyA. However, not a big deal, of course, because we see that this is just going to be standard 4-hatch, 5-hatch coming in. Stargate's coming up, so Sayre's going to be out pretty quickly, and he will be able to get off a full scout pretty soon.
Yeah, the Corsair is going to be up, and this is kind of the downfall of just overly macro Zergs that, in my opinion, kind of hinders their potential. Gornish is a lot like Striker, right? Where it's like, they're really strong macro players, but they're playing macro, and there's a clear opening for like an all-in, right? Like when Protoss does not have vision for this long, for this amount of time, when Protoss has one cannon, one zealot, one gate defending their natural, and Zerg just, it's okay, you can get away with that. I'm just gonna make drones. I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunities here, and Gornish, he is gonna be happy to get into this macro play, but I feel like he definitely missed an opportunity here to just outright punish OyA. OyA, though, you can see this is how little vision there is from Protoss. OyA is a very strong player, so he respects the possibility of an all-in getting this third cannon up, but some Protosses here might even just have stayed on the one cannon, and if that was the case, Zerg would have been in for a world of trouble. So now the Corsair is finally out, and he will be able to confirm exactly what Gornish is doing. He'll get in here, see the Lair just now morphing, one Hydra popping out, but the saturation at the main is healthy. Saturation at the natural is healthy. So he knows that this is most likely not aggressive Zerg. He canceled that cannon, yeah.
He spotted a second Overlord in the center of the map with his Zealot, so I'm expecting him to go back and kill it. But he didn't even kill the first Overlord, so I'm kind of surprised by this because it's getting to the point that the Overlord's getting so close to the base that he may not even kill a single Overlord. Hydras are moving into position to deny the kill onto that Overlord. Now the first few Zealots are moving out. They don't have +1 weapon just yet, so the Lings are going to basically trade as effectively as they possibly can. OyA does manage to snipe one Overlord there, but it doesn't supply block Gornish for now, so that's nice for him, especially since a move out is coming. Looks like that's Evolution Chamber set up, or Sim City set up at the third base, Sunken Colony going down, so this move out really isn't going to do much. But behind this, again, this is a ton of gates, pretty damn fast for OyA.
Yeah, I mean, OyA, we saw last game, he did start up that +1 air weapons and start making Corsairs, but stopped. And it looks like this game, again, favoring to skip Corsairs for more gate units. And that's really strong. It's a really strong style when you don't need to make Corsairs and you can just go straight into gateways. It really puts on a lot of pressure against Zerg. But it's just so weak to Mutalisks. And it's up to Gornish to really punish the Protoss.
Yesterday, I was talking about this, how because True Touch ended up going into fast Hydras without a Lair, or without a Spire, Bonneth was obligated to go for a fast Robo. Now this is even faster than yesterday. This is an 8-minute Robo, and I think the normal Robo timing is around 9 minutes. Meanwhile, Bonneth got like an 8:45 Robo, and the Lurkers just barely got set up in time, but scratch that for now because Zealots are coming into the third base. Nope, it's too many Hydras, but this simply 30-second faster Robo from OyA might be perfect because the Lurkers are morphing, and if a Lurker contain does get set up and you don't have critical mass goons or just pure Zealot like in this scenario, and you definitely don't have an Ob, that's going to be a death sentence for you. So this Robo timing is absolutely perfect from OyA. Observatory should be coming down pretty soon. He's got like 8 gates too. The only question is what's his comp? It's pure Zealot right now, so even just a few Lurkers could deal catastrophic damage. Looks like the first couple are moving across the map, but I don't think really that they're going to be in position very long since the Observer's so fast.
Yeah, these lurkers are quite fast here from Gornich. But he doesn't really have map priority here, so it's not like he can just walk up to the Protoss's base and contain him. So these lurkers, again, are going to force him to play a very defensive style. And, you know, it's just not that, like, we'll see how it works out, but it's just not that good on Sylphid, because where does Zerg take their 5th base? You know, if an OyA can just take a 3rd and 4th base and keep his army out in the middle of the map. Well, that being said, it looks like they both kind of passed each other, and Gornich is going to go straight for the natural, but actually I think once Gornich sees the Protoss units here, he might pull his units back. I'm not too sure. The shuttle is going to come down. It is 1 DT. There's an Overlord in the main, but if Gornich does not notice this DT, he can kill a lot of drones. Okay, he does. Pay attention to this minimap. A really quick reaction there. OyA is going to force the Zerg units back. It's only Zealot Templar here, and he's actually going to storm and run right up here. OyA is such an aggressive player. Storms have to be on point. That's a lot of Hydralisks, but actually Zealots here kind of overwhelming the Hydralisk count, and he is going to just straight up kill them. Meanwhile, more Zealots inside of this 3rd base from the Zerg player. Oh my god, this is catastrophic damage already.
Well, those Zealots are way out of position, and those 2 Lurkers are going to deal a lot of damage. A nice Lurker morph at the 3rd base denied a couple of the Zealots from actually getting into the drone line. Meanwhile, that DT looks like it didn't have much success other than denying mining at the mineral line, but as I say that, there actually is 4 kills, 5, he's going to get 6, maybe 7, now that's ridiculous amounts of damage, and OyA, he's going to start running away with it. He's got goon count pretty damn high now too. Wow, that's a lot of goons. Remember, he has 8 gate behind this, so Gornich he's on the back foot. He wasn't mining his main for a while, he wasn't mining his 3rd base for a while, so that's a lot of lost econ. That's going to be a lot of lost Hydra production, and I think the follow-up attack from OyA could be devastating, but the one good thing that Gornich has going for him is that he did end up taking out several of those Templars, and I don't know how many storms actually OyA has left.
Yeah, well, looks like OyA is going to continue these Charlotte drops here. And behind us, Protoss is taking a 3rd base. And here is how Zerg usually sets up on these 4 bases with the Lurkers here, defending all 4 bases. The Storm Drop is going to go into the side of the main. This is classic OyA, very kind of multi-pass focus. Nice attack. That Storm mostly hit Zealots though. The Dragoons are going to clean up these Lurkers, and you can see it's just so hard to play a defensive style as Zerg on this map. The Dragoon, like, you have to cover so much space, and Gornich just leaves the game.
Yeah, that's going to be OyA taking it 2-0, and Sylphid looked more convincing than the Overwatch game. The DT harassment was great. The shuttle, I assume, had some storms go off and get a few drone kills, but we missed it. But regardless, the macro, again, ridiculously insane for OyA, and Gornich, who I thought would actually be able to match the macro from OyA. Not the case, simply just got run over. So unfortunately, he's going to be moving down into the losers bracket, and I'm having a repeat of yesterday. One of our highest placing BSL finishers already on the brink of elimination in initial stages of the round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this makes me think back to when I used to play Zerg Michael, and you know, I totally understand the like mindset of like, I want to play a macro game, I want to just drone up, I want to sit there, get the late game. But you're really kind of just tossing so many of your tools out the window as Zerg, especially against Protoss. Like, that's why Zerg versus Protoss is so oppressive, is that you can do so many things. You can be so aggressive. And I feel like if your game plan is that, like, one-dimensional, I'm just going to sit back on Lurkers and defend and macro, you're going to get picked apart by Protosses. Like, you have to mix in something else. And yeah, just didn't quite work there for Gornich, and OyA kind of convincingly taking that 2-0.
Well, the style you're talking about is what Gornich played versus Bonneth in Season 8, where he was just Hydra Man. It was like 10 hatch Hydra production, never-ending Hydra counts. So maybe that is what he should bring back, because as you mentioned, the Lurkers, at least in this scenario, ended up not working. Now, as an outsider that doesn't play Zerg or Protoss, if you just look at what Gornich built, Lurkers it seems like that's the move versus Zealots because you're doing AoE damage to this unit that has to take at least one hit before getting to you. So I understand the choice there, but obviously it didn't work out.
I mean,
so
lurkers are good. The thing is, I'll just say this real quick. Lurkers are good on Sylphid, right? But most of the time you see it, like you see Zerg successfully set up a contain. But if you're literally just droning the whole time and you never have that phase where you force the Protoss into their 2 base, because Zerg has to do that in this matchup. They have to force the Protoss to sit on 2 base. They have to force the Protoss to go up to 8 gates. That's how this matchup works. And if your plan as Zerg is to just drone really heavily up and sit on your side of the map, that's exactly what it's going to happen. Protoss is going to pick you apart. So yeah, I don't know, but really unfortunate. Gornish is not out. You know, he can come back, and he most likely will have a good chance at still getting out of this group. But you know, that was a tough loss, I would say, against OyA.
Well, there is also the potential that there could be a rematch. Despite OyA winning this series, you know, there is a real chance that he gets knocked out into the loser's bracket, and then Gornish and him face off again. And maybe Gornish is listening to this hot take by Guy and ends up implementing this into his play in the rematch. But for now, OyA...
Why doesn't this guy shut the hell up? What is he talking about? And that's okay. I respect that, you know. It is what it is. Well, anyway, it is going to be Michael versus Avi-Love, like you were saying there.
Yeah, so last time I was talking about Avi-Love in the round of 24. For some reason, I thought he didn't make it out of that Zerg death group. But actually, I went and looked it up afterwards, and he did make it out. He went 2-1 in his group. Remember, the group was Eon Zerg Avi-Love, and then, of course, Tai2 did not play because I can't remember exactly. But regardless, the group was very hard. Julia and Eon Zerg. Eon Zerg, somebody that you expect to make it to the finals every single time. So for him to make it through this group, obviously a ZvZ is very strong. And last week, we saw how strong it was because not only did he pull out a victory, he pulled out Hydra Man in a matchup you never see.
Yeah, against Cross. Avi-Love, kind of his secret, his like secret weapon here in ZvZ is that hatch before Overlord. Whether it's 10 hatch, 9 hatch, he whips it out a lot. We haven't seen Michael ZvZ yet, so we'll have to see how that matches up against Michael. Now, Michael is, you know, overall just a strong player. We saw his ZVP last week completely plowed through his group in macro games. Michael does have a bit of a reputation of being kind of a very aggressive all-in player, but we saw that he plays very, very well in macro games. But the point is that ZvZ is the type of matchup where if you're an aggressive player, if you're kind of like a micro-based player, that's going to suit you.
Definitely ZvZ is where micro-based play is the only matchup. Well, it's the only matchup I think where micro-based play shines. If you have killer control with just a few units, you're gonna have massive success. Now, Avi-Love, I feel like most of the games that we've seen so far has been macro type Zerg. So this is gonna be an interesting contrast here because we were talking about how aggressive Michael is, but last week he didn't really play that aggressive, so maybe his ZvZ is also macro based. I would find that highly unlikely simply because of the history of ZvZ. But yeah, this should be a pretty good matchup. I'm looking forward to who makes it out. If Michael makes it out and we're gonna have another macro play versus OyA, that could be cool. Also, Avi-Love has really good macro versus Avi-Love, so the next round is really what I'm most interested in.
Yeah, definitely in the next round. But I don't know, Nike. I feel like you're getting ahead of yourself. Michael versus Avi-Love is gonna be sick. Game 1 is gonna be on Overwatch. 2-player map. The game is ready already. Michael versus Avi-Love. Let's get into it.
So in the top left, our blue Zerg representing Team Soul, it is Michael.
And in the bottom right, the Danish Zerg player, Twitch chat troll, Rat Slayer. Avi-Love.
You think we're ever going to see another Sunken Rush in ZvZ? We saw True Touch versus Jaeyoon Sunken Rush, and that might have been my favorite ZvZ ever in BSL. But we haven't seen anything crazy like that.
Wasn't that the game where
since.
he was like focus firing the larva as well?
Yes, focus firing the larva, and I was losing my mind because Jaeyoon was going to have Mutas pop out. And from what I know, Sunkens don't hit air, but they obviously have to get out for that to happen.
Yeah.
That was not the case.
Oh yeah, he was making mutas, and that was so epic. Well, Sunken Rushes are obviously really strong in ZvZ, but they have to, like, a lot of conditions have to be met. Michael is gonna go for that overgas, it seems like. No, I don't know, Nyakin, we'll have to see. Avi-Love is making an Overlord, which is surprising. Because, you know, we have seen him go for the hatchery before Overlord so many times. And he hasn't yet made a pull, but because this is a 2-player map, I highly doubt we'll see 12 hatch. Okay, never mind. It is going to be an 11 hatch. Wow, that is risky, man.
I feel like this kind of is just Avi-Love style. I think the majority of the games we've seen have been some type of early hatchery, whether it's like 999 or in this scenario it's going to be 1110. And yesterday you were talking about, what was it, 12-11?
Yeah.
Now, how does this build fare versus overpull? Because I think that's what it is. Also, speed is going to, well, I'm assuming it's going to be speed coming in. But that's a lot of gas already mined for Michael. Look at the differential there. Already up 150, and it's going to be approaching most likely 200. So that's 2 Mutalisks.
This is going to be a lair, though, so this is going to be really good for Avi-Love. I think it's going to, yeah, I think it's going to be a lair. Even if he... Oh yeah, he did get both. But see, the thing is, if you go lair and speed, look, those larvae aren't making Zerglings, and the thing that punishes 11 hatch is, or hatch first, is just the Zergling timing. And you know, the thing is, this was a 9 pool. It was an overgas. But I'm not quite sure how the timing works. Probably 11 hatch is fine against everything other than 9 pool, to be completely honest with you. So, but it straight up loses to 9 pool. Now this is gonna be really good for Avi-Love then, because he's gonna have such an insane economy, and he actually went lair first as well instead of the speed, looks like. So this is about as good as it gets for Avi-Love, honestly.
Yeah, this seems like the ideal situation for Avi-Love. However, he's not out of the water yet because speed's going to kick in probably within the next 30 seconds or so. And we saw how sneaky those lanes can be. If they can even find just a tiny gap, they can easily run into the main. Well, wow, that was much faster speed than I expected. And you could see that right there for half a second, there was a bit of access into the main. Of course, not able to get in just yet, but he looks like he's posturing, trying to draw Avi-Love out of position.
Oh! Did you see that? He just ran in there and slapped that Zergling down. Michael, I'll say this, like, his link control is impressive. Look at how he's dancing around, goes in for the really favorable engages, and it immediately disengages when it becomes unfavorable. So Michael's just kind of such a surgeon with these Zerglings. Like, unironically, it was kind of, it's impressive to watch him move those Zerglings around. But the problem is, Nyokin, like, sure, you could have speed on your opponent, but does it really matter when your opponent has 2 hatch production on you? Not really. You know, Avi-Love is going to have so many Zerglings that he can just aim move them and have enough Zerglings left over to cover his ramp. So, and I love how Avi-Love is playing. Like, he knows he has the hatchery advantage. He's going to attack with just enough links to pressure, but also he's going to hold back just enough links to make sure he doesn't die to like a 2-3 link counterattack. So really nice play here from Avi-Love, and speed kicks in for him. But Michael honestly so far is looking so strong in ZvZ. He has such great fundamentals. He used his speed timing to put on some pressure, kind of keep Avi-Love honest, not making too many drones. And as soon as he realized, okay, look, his speed is about to finish now because he went this build, I'm going to go back to my base and defend my ramp because I'm only on 1 hatchery. I'm going to wait for my mutas to pop. So far, Michael is looking really strong. But the thing is, he has, with a nice drone or creep trick there, he has a significant build order disadvantage.
Well, I was wondering where the spore colonies are, and they are just starting to go up. Overlord's going to get picked off, so that's going to be a supply block on Michael, and that's going to be hurting quite a bit. You can see that there's not that many spores set up, just going to be at the top of the main, and then just at the, again, at the top side of the natural. And this is, look at how open the entrance into the main actually is. A Ling flood like we saw yesterday with True Touch could really allow a lot of Lings to get into the main, and then of course there's not going to be very much to defend it. Now I don't know what Michael saw to force some Lings to turn around, or maybe it's what he didn't see that made him worried. Now here come those Lings. That spore is a bit late, and he may be able to actually pick it off. Oh, that's a sunken actually.
That's a sunken. I'm such a fan of how Michael's playing. It's so clean. Here comes the run by we were talking about for so long in yesterday's broadcast as well. And look at Michael just cleanly supporting those Lings with the Mutalisks. And this is going to be hard. The thing is, I don't think Michael does have enough Lings here to threaten. But honestly, just forcing that many Lings from Avi-Love and forcing the sunken is good enough. This one Zergling might get a drone pick, which would be huge, honestly. But Avi-Love too quick there. And so far, I mean, I really like how Michael has played this. The first thing he did was go out and kill the Overlords with his Mutalisks, both Overlords. It's just so calm and collected. And, you know, at this point, I feel like he has enough Mutalisks to threaten these drones. What he needs to do now is just drone up himself and take his natural. There's no reason to play more aggressively than that. And you can see Michael is putting down the Satry at the natural. He is using these Mutalisks to keep Avi-Love back from kind of mining too much. But honestly, this is still such a huge advantage for Avi-Love. Just again, the build order is so oppressive here. He has so many drones to work with. You saw Avi-Love's main base is totally saturated, whereas Michael is struggling. And I think these two Mutalisks might have been a bit too much. Michael desperately needs to get his drone count up.
Yeah, he had 5 drones mining his mineral line for the majority of the game, and it's definitely going to be hurting him every time he doesn't build a drone. Meanwhile, Avi-Love, as you mentioned, he's got his econ already going. Even though he was down in gas, he's got his nat gas up and running much faster, so that's going to be an influx of gas for him pretty soon. And he's going to be catching up in the muta count quite quickly. He even has a couple Scourge, and it looked like that was a sizable muta count. Yeah, it's 5 plus Scourge versus what seemed to be only 7 Mutalisks for Michael. We can see that there's also a 200 gas banked up for Avi-Love. So with those mutas that just popped out right there, and then a couple more popping out, he may actually have air superiority in just a minute. Meanwhile, it looks like Michael has found access into the main mineral line, but he takes a big Scourge hit, and I think he lost a muta even.
Yeah, he did kill one Overlord. Honestly, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but this is I haven't been this impressed in ZvZ for a while. I just really like how Michael's playing, and we've seen time and time again in BSL, Zerg players in Michael's situation struggling, where they have that tech advantage and they're playing an opponent that has an economic advantage and has spores out, and they just try to go for all ins and really try to push the issue when there's no opening. This is the correct play that Michael's doing, and it's executed so well that he's actually managed to even out the economic disadvantage. But again, Avi-Love still, Avi-Love has been playing really well himself. He has a very specific game plan. He is just chilling there making drones, but also he got his own Mutalisk count up much faster than most Zergs in the situation. So that fast tech really serving him well. Basically, Michael equalized the economy, and Avi-Love equalized the tech disadvantage, where he basically has more Mutalisks now, and Avi-Love feels like this is where the timing is. He has a bunch of Scourge supporting his one control group of Mutalisks, and that's going to be the difference between the two players, is that Michael does not have those Scourge in conjunction with his Mutalisks, so this is going to be a really sick timing from Avi-Love. So many Scourge. Can Michael control this well enough? Nice shots so far. The Scourge are going down, and actually Avi-Love's Mutalisks are not keeping on top of Michael's Mutalisks, and that was absolutely sick from Michael to not die there. He had no Scourge in that fight. Round 2 is going to come here. Avi-Love needs to just sit on top of these Mutalisks with his own, but sick micro from Michael, just, oh my god, does not let any Scourge connect. Still, those were good trades for Avi-Love. He's ahead in the Mutalisk count, but it's kind of a miracle for Michael to not die to that timing attack.
Yeah, as you mentioned, if the Mutas just sat on the Mutas, he would have killed Michael. They were low health Mutalisk versus full health Mutalisk. Michael or Avi-Love easily would have won, but he decides to just back off. He did wipe out a couple drones at the natural, so that's going to be punishing to Michael. Meanwhile, Avi-Love taking his third base, something you don't see often in ZvZ. So once he gets his third base up and running, gets that extra gas, he's just going to have an overwhelming amount of Mutalisk. Now, that's a lot of Scourge, and a lot of the Scourge actually connected last time, but look how many Mutalisks that Michael has. It's 10 versus what seemed to be like 14 or 15, so there is a real scenario where Michael can actually can defend this.
Yeah, I mean, well, hold that thought. I think another dogfight is about to break out. Again, Michael has to be on point with this. Oh, he's just going to sit there and fight, though. But he actually does have a significant Mutalisk advantage at this point. While he is outnumbering Avi-Love's Mutalisk, he will... Dude, that micro is always on point. I was going to say this about Avi-Love's position is that he really heavily committed to that timing. You know, once you commit that gas to Scourge, that's not going to be Mutalisk. And you see, that's why Avi-Love actually is taking a third base. He does have a lot of leftover minerals from making all those Scourge, and he will try to use that third base gas to kind of equalize the Mutalisk count, but definitely on the back foot now from Michael's brilliant defense there. And this is, yeah, it's going to be really hard for Avi-Love at this point. I mean, this Spore is helping out a lot. Michael is being very aggressive, very confident that he still has the Mutalisk advantage, but took so much damage from that Spore. And, you know, Avi-Love has a full control group at least, whereas Michael's Mutaflock has been thinned out. And if you look at the supply, again, Avi-Love is staying ahead. So it's really nice how Avi-Love is actually playing this. Going for all those Scourge opened up his mineral count, so he is going to go for that third hatchery, whereas Michael still struggling with the economy here.
Yeah, but a very crucial breakpoint just kicked in, and that's Michael has +1 armor. Meanwhile, I don't think Avi-Love has... Oh, Avi-Love does have +1 armor, so even upgrades for both players, but Avi-Love has much better econ, and the third base went unscouted so far, so Michael needs to think about... Okay, is there a possible third base? He needs to get over there and deny it. But meanwhile, it looks like mid-left could be a hatchery going up for Michael also. So both players going into what is going to be late game, mid game, ZvZ. We may actually get the Hive Tech at this point. Gas is already up and running at the third base though for Avi-Love. But look at the gas bank for Michael. He has 900 gas already saved up.
Yeah, the gas is the important part here, because eventually you can spend, like, the gas does get converted into Mutalisks, you know. It just takes a matter of time to collect the minerals, really, at this point. And Avi-Love has spent a lot of his gas on Scourge, which, you know, over time, you lose their effectiveness. So if Michael sits here and just makes Mutalisks, it will be good for him, but... I mean, look at the supply. It's starting to pull away here for Avi-Love. Michael kind of keeps getting supply blocked, which is not helping him. And Avi-Love, somehow, his macro this game has just been superior. You know, I feel like Michael had the superior micro, but Avi-Love just playing the long-term game very well. And this attack, again, is going to threaten a lot. And Michael just, he refuses to use Scourge. And it's not helping him in these fights. But his control has been on, you know, spot on, so...
Yeah, and every Overlord kill for Avi-Love is absolutely massive because it supply blocked Michael for what seemed to be like the 4th or 5th time this game, and that's the reason he has so many resources banked up. He simply just can't build anything right now. There's another supply block, so... He is not going to be able to build units for a very long time. 2 Scourge kill an Avi-Love Overlord, and now Avi-Love is going to be supply blocked. But Avi-Love has so many Mutalisks and so many Scourge. I think this hatchery just dies if he actually just fights it. But again, he's going to back off.
Yeah, Avi-Love actually giving too much respect here to Michael. But of course, it's really hard to gauge. I mean, they don't have vision at all.
Somebody has +2 armor, and it's Michael that has +2 armor versus only +1 for Avi-Love, so we'll see if these Scourge can connect. Wow, that is a ton of Scourge, and all of them are going to connect.
Yeah, +2 armor is huge, but I mean, the Scourge, yeah, that's going to be it. Avi-Love, wow, he played really well that game, because Michael was playing really well, and Avi-Love kind of just maintained his advantage throughout. And there's not, you know, I feel like there's not a point in time where you can look at that game and be like, yep, this is the reason that this player won. I think it was kind of a just Avi-Love playing solid throughout, because really Michael did a good job to even up the disadvantage he had from the early game. Because honestly, like, if you get away with a hatch first like that as Avi-Love, it's really strong. So, but really after, I would say, that first Muta fight where Michael kind of successfully defended the Scourge timing attack and they were both like on the same supply, I feel like the game was fairly even there. You can't really go back and be like, well, you know what, Avi-Love still had that 11 hatch advantage, because most certainly he did not. So from that point on, Avi-Love continued outplaying Michael, and a big part of that I feel like is because Avi-Love actually spent. So that's what's strong about Scourge in that situation, is that even though you can make more Munilists, the Scourge kind of free up your minerals to make another hatchery. And Avi-Love took that third gas and translated it into much more of a supply lead, whereas Michael kind of just sat in his base and he never had the initiative.
Yeah, and also losing so many overlords really hurt him. That's 100 minerals every single time, and also that's a larva gone every single time. So big losses simply just in the overlords for Michael. It looked like in the early stages I thought the Mutiling attack was going to work, but then ended up getting denied, and then it looked like Avi-Love was going to turn the tides with his initial Muta attack, but didn't sit on the Mutas as you were mentioning. But overall, Avi-Love played really well, got into a macro game ZvZ. It seems like he likes to play macro style, because this is now the second time in BSL round of 24 and round of 16 that we've actually seen ZvZ games go, you know, past initial Muta stages. As again, in the round of 24, we actually saw Hydra play. So if you're a Zerg player and you're going up against somebody that looks like he wants to play, you know, greedy hatch style based play, are you just going for 9 pool? Because he mentioned that earlier, that 9 pool just flat out direct counters 12 hatch.
Well, Avi-Love, like, objectively speaking, Avi-Love is in a 6 spot because he's been winning all his ZvZs in BSL. And see, it's not so straightforward as, okay, well, this guy does hatch first a lot, like 11 hatch, so I'm gonna go 9 pool. No, because a majority of Avi-Love's games have been hatch before Overlord, where there's 9 hatch or 10 hatch, and that's the direct counter to 9 pool. That's a huge counter to 9 pool. So if you're a player like Michael, you can't just be like, you know what, strategically there's something here that I can abuse. No, you just have to play your game and outplay Avi-Love. Avi-Love has just been so solid in this matchup. Definitely no one can deny that. So yeah, I don't know, you know, the one thing, Michael looked so good, man. Like no joke, he played really well, but the one thing is that he just refused to make Scourge, which was kind of weird. You know, like Scourge are really strong in the matchup, so we'll have to see if he can adjust something here for Polypoid. Polypoid is going to be Michael's pick. The game is ready, so let's get into game 2. Michael has to win to stay in the series.
In the red are, oh, he's in bottom right. I thought he was top right. In the red are NA hopeful. It is Michael.
And in the top left, in the blue, it is the Danish Zerg Avi-Love.
So both players obviously not going to get a first scout off, but at least they kind of intercept their overlords going down to bottom left. Now, you were talking about how you can't just blind counter somebody like Avi-Love who's playing macro style-ish ZvZ. Now, are you surprised with this Polypoid pick? Because this is going to be a big map. I'm actually somewhat surprised that Michael didn't go for a 2-player map and try and bring it to Michael. So this or bring it to Avi-Love. So this actually makes me think that maybe Michael is going to try and match the econ of Avi-Love and go for something like a 12 hatch or a 9 hatch, as you mentioned.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Apparently Avi-Love banned Eclipse, so that might be why he's not going for the 2-player maps. And Avi-Love is going to go for Michael's build last game, going for that overgas. Again, a very Mutalisk focused build. because you get that layer up super quick, and you have a lot of gas to make a lot of Mutalisks off of one phase. So generally, that is the purpose of going gas first, and Michael is going to go for that 12 hatch, so total reversal, and apparently, like, and you were right about Michael's intentions of taking this 4-player map. Of course, 12 hatch, I mean, a 4-player map allows for 12 hatch much more than a 2-player map. So we'll have to see. I mean, they're literally just swapping places.
Yeah, it's true, but I'm more worried about this particular scenario for Avi-Love as compared to last game, because simply the Muta attack that we saw when Avi-Love had those tons of Scourges, and the initial one where all of the Michael's Mutas were damaged and Avi-Love did not take the fight. It felt like, you know, I talk about sometimes how some players have that killer instinct where they smell blood in the water, they just go for it, right? And I feel like simply based on that one move, that Avi-Love maybe doesn't have that. And when you play something like this build, which is very micro into, okay, what's this? Okay, this has to be for +1 weapon.
Yeah,
it has to be, right?
Yeah.
This is the boomer build. This is, okay, people are not going to know who this is, but this is the Skeleton style build. Skeleton is one of the oldest Zerg players ever, like one of the original Starleague players. And back when I played on Lost Temple and actually played with him, he did this particular build. And +1 weapon is a breakpoint in ZvZ, because you all of a sudden, instead of 7 or 8 shotting lings, depending on if they heal or not, you 6-shot lings 100% of the time. Now, +1 weapon hasn't started, so I'm getting a little bit confused. However, that's what okay, 100 gas did just get spent. I think this is weapon. Is it not?
It is for sure. I mean, there's no way it's anything else. Well, I mean, we'll see. There's no layer, so.
Let me also state this: builds in the olden days were obviously not as refined as they are now. So even if this +1 weapon is extremely fast, this Spire is started, and I don't know if you're actually going to be able to get in to Avi-Love's base, because he's also got a 2nd hatch going up, and he's going to have access to a lot of lings too.
Yeah, that's the problem there, is that Avi-Love's build is very fast tech here, so he is going to get the Spire up. But dealing against mass ling is tricky. You know, like, if you're in Avi-Love situation, it's not just about, okay, my Spire is finished, I'm going to make Mutalisks, because Mutalisks, first of all, take a long time to build. Second of all, they don't actually clear lings that fast until they're in big numbers. So unless you can, like, instantly make 6 mutas and, like, get away with it, you can't just make mutas. And this is going to be so many lings. Okay, this is going to be so many lings from Michael. Avi-Love is saving his larva to make Mutalisks, so he might just die here.
First off, these lings don't have +1 right now. It's a 2-minute 48-second upgrade. So I think he just wins simply because he has so many lings. He doesn't even need +1. You can see that Avi-Love's trading as well as he's going to trade. However, when Zerg has 30 lings versus 6, that's just an overwhelming amount of lings.
He has to get into the middle line. This is going to be so close. The Mutalisks are on the way, and the Sunken is building, but these lings are just kind of doing nothing. They have to kill the drones. Oh my god, I don't know, this is going to be so difficult. Avi-Love, the thing is, he will be able to defend eventually, but he can't lose too many drones. If he loses all his drones, the game is over. He only has 3 drones left. Is that even enough? He is going to kill off the rest of the drones. The Spire is taking damage as well. Yeah, that's it. Avi-Love can't make any more drones. Michael, behind this, we know he does have a spore, or an evolution chamber, so he can make spores. And even if Avi-Love leaves his base now, it's just going to die to these lings, which, by the way, are going to have +1 soon. So not only does that help against lings, but it helps against buildings.
Yeah, so Avi-Love has to win with this single attack. However, this is just an endless amount of lings, and this is going to be a base trade. However, this is impossible for Avi-Love to hold. There's just simply not enough DPS to match the lings, and one Muta is not going to be able to save the day versus 100 lings that are flooding in now. Layer's going to go down, Hatch is going to go down, everything's going to go down, and Spores are already set up at the natural and at the main, so this is going to be Michael evening up the score 1-1.
Yep.
There it is. There's +1 weapon. See this, Mihai? Last season you gave me trash for talking about +1 weapon, and here it is. We've got the boomer build in full force, the skeleton build.
Yeah, he definitely won because of that +1.
Yeah, and the funniest part is he didn't even win because of +1. He just simply had way too many lanes.
Yeah, dude, honestly, you gotta be annoyed if you're Avi-Love there, because that is the kind of variance that happens on a 4-player map ZvZ. You know, I mean, maybe Avi-Love, the one thing that he could have done better that game to avoid that situation is maybe have 1 Ling out on the map to scout, maybe 2. You know, no need to keep all your Lings on the ramp. But by the time I mean, with just Overlord scouting, there is no way for him to scout exactly what was going on there. And Michael literally hit the perfect timing. Yeah.
I feel like this was also a dream scenario for Michael because it's, well, first off, cross-spawn not ideal. However, what was the dream is that Avi-Love obviously can't first scout him. If Avi-Love's top right and goes vertical spawn and comes into the main and sees an evolution chamber, game doesn't look like that. Like, he's going to build way more Lings.
Definitely.
So a bit of luck on Michael's side, but ends up working out. And as you mentioned, I'm tilted, especially if I look at the replay and watch that this guy's going for +1 weapon. I'm like, okay, what year is it? Am I in 2001? I'd be extremely mad. Now, what do you think the move here is for Avi-Love? Does he go back to 2-player map? Does he go to 4-player map? Because, well, I don't know. There's a lot of mind games in ZvZ because lack of scouting, and with so many builds, you know, viable like 9-pool, 9-hatch, etc., you can't necessarily come up with an instant blind counter to somebody.
Well, there are no 2-player maps left. There's a 3-player map left, and it's going to be silted. So that is kind of the smallest amount of players, or whatever smallest map you can, whatever, lowest amount of spawn locations, man. But the game is going to be ready here. Rubber match between Michael and Avi-Love. Let's see who wins. Yep.
So in the top middle, taking an unfortunate loss. You know he's not happy about it. It is Avi-Love.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, it is Michael.
Well, we've talked about this before. This is going to be scouting advantage for Michael because he's going directly to Avi-Love's base. Meanwhile, another unfortunate scout for Avi-Love. He's going to bottom left, so he's going to miss this completely. Versus somebody like Michael, you definitely want to first scout him. So we'll have to wait and see what the openers are. I was a bit surprised that Avi-Love was the one that went for the high-tech build because, as I mentioned, simply from that Muta play that we saw in Overwatch, it seemed like he was hesitant to engage in a Muta battle. And I think you kind of, have to be willing to make moves like that if you're going to play like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see 9-hatch or 12-hatch coming in from him. And Michael, I'm a bit up in the air with what he's going to do. It looks like he went for a spawning pool or overpool, and this is most likely going to be a fast hatch from Avi-Love.
Yeah, it's going to be the good old 10-hatch, whipping out his special super secret weapon here against Michael's 9-pool. So once again, Avi-Love with basically a very strong build order advantage. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, the reason why it's so strong, I feel like Michael, unless he goes for lair, like, if Michael goes for speed here, yeah, that's it. Like, it's just such a bad situation to be in as the 9-pool player, because when you go for speed, you're just relying on these Lings to pressure. But a 9-hatch opening, or a 10-hatch opening in this case, what it does is it basically gives the player an extra hatch and gives them the pull timing to match yours. So they can immediately match a Zergling count and then threaten to kill you afterwards. And it looks like Michael did go for speed. So this is about as bad as it gets for Michael.
Yeah, and if he's thinking along the same lines as you, I'm a bit surprised by this choice because his Overlord did see the Nat. So it's not like he's you know, unaware of what's going on, yet he still went for speed. So I guess it seems like he thinks he can make a move with these lings. Now, Avi-Love, of course, doesn't know what's going on just yet, but you can see that his lings are going to be popping out pretty soon, and with that extra larva, it's going to be 8 versus 6 pretty quickly. Now, can any lings get into the main? Because if they do, that could be dangerous for Avi-Love. Instead, he's going to engage the hatch, but he's going to see these lings are already out, and I think this was a mistake.
Well, we'll have to see. Michael does have really good link control, and his speed is going to finish. And there's no ramp here, so you can kind of run past these Zerglings. But this is so difficult to be in the situation, as Michael can see. There's already so many more lings on Avi-Love's side. Speed does finish for Michael. He has to use this timing, but there, you know, Avi-Love is just defending beautifully here, so there is no timing. And now, I mean, Avi-Love is not mining gas anymore, and he doesn't care that Michael's going up to lair because he's just making lings. And Michael has 1 hatchery. How does he defend here? I mean, he needs a sunk, but then if he builds a sunk, he never matches the production. It's just so incredibly hard to do anything as Michael here. And if that's a Spire, which it is, I don't know how he defends. There's no ramp here either. This is Disaster City.
Well, Sylpha does have that tiny choke. You can see he's going to be setting up in an arc.
Oh my
Lings did
God.
sneak to the side of the map, and that could be something that changes the tides of the game. If there's a big battle and Avi-Love is not watching his drone line, all of a sudden he might look back and see he has no drones. So it's going to come down to this. Can Avi-Love bust through? Because we see the Spire is going up. Sunken Colony is going to be morphing, though. That's a great arc for Michael. Look at the absolute lack of surface area for Avi-Love, really not trading as effective as possible. That's a huge gap at the bottom.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Michael instantly fills it up, and look at how effective these lings are trading.
Dude, Michael is so solid in this matchup. It just all his like his fundamentals are just insane. Sets up that arc easily, and how does he hold on there? How is he not dead? And now his Spire's on the way. You can see Michael did prioritize mining more minerals here, and Avi-Love recognizes, well, Avi-Love very premature on the redroning. He's like, you know what, I'm just gonna drone here instead of commit to this all in, and that gives Michael the time to get the Spire out. And now that's gonna force Avi-Love into making the Evo chamber. He's making a 3rd hatchery, so it looks like his plan is going to be eventually to get into Hydralisks. But 1 Zergling gets inside of Avi-Love's base. Now we'll have to see.
That's a lot of lings for Michael. I think Avi-Love might just lose here because he's not respected the amount of lings that Michael can make. And now look, this is even an arc advantage for Michael. And he's going to push the issue. He snipes a drone. He may actually kill this Sunken Colony. Look at the surface area
Look at
advantage
this
for him.
micro, dude. It's just insane. He's always taking the right fights. And I'm actually surprised Michael does commit there. I mean, I feel like he would be happy with that being a Sunken, because now his Mules... Oh my god, this is so beautifully played from Michael. He like pulled off of gas, got his mineral count up, so now he can actually expand behind this. And, you know, I would like to see him... Well, it's hard really, because now at this point, if Avi-Love keeps making lings, he can really pressure this natural. And Michael will have to turn back with his Mutalisks. Oh, this is still so hard to play as Michael playing against 3 hatchery production. Michael is doing a nice job of trying to pick off these overlords, but now he's going to have to cancel his natural. There's no way he can defend this. Oh no, dude. Avi-Love is just playing this really well.
Yeah, this is one of the problems with sending all of your Mutalisks across the map when you only have 1 hatch. You simply cannot defend a ton of lings like this. Now, back in the main, that Sunken that went up with the Spire was canceled, so there's nothing to defend these drones except for the Mutalisk coming back. It looks like Avi-Love didn't find... Well, I think he got 1 drone kill there. So nice defense so far from Michael. But meanwhile, behind this, Avi-Love droning like a madman. As you mentioned, that Sunken at the top. Yeah, there's the other Spore Colony that's going to be going up there. That's a one way that Michael could have got back into the game, is to, you know, simply just kill the drones over and over at the top side. But Michael's going to have to be careful now, because Avi-Love can build endless length. Like, he can just consistently build more and sneak them around the map, just like he's doing. And he may get another denial onto this natural hatchery.
Yeah, it's so hard, honestly, as Michael, because he kind of has to keep his Munos at home. He needs to make drones. There's just no way Michael can all in this. There's no way. So he has to macro himself. But if he sits here and just drones, I mean, Avi-Love has 3 hatcheries. Like, I don't know. Looking at this, it just looks impossible for the Blue Zerg. Because Avi-Love is just going to scale his economy so much faster than Michael ever could. And before you know it, Avi-Love is actually going to put down a Hydra Den and just man mode down. Like, really, like, what can Michael do in this situation?
Yeah, we don't know what that evolution chamber is doing. It could be upgrading Hydra damage already. And once Hydra's pop, he may just instantly have weapon. And that's obviously going to be okay. Double evolution chamber. So it looks like we're going into 2-1 Hydra play. 3rd hatch going up for Michael in his main. But just insane econ for Avi-Love. It's almost like I'm watching a Zerg versus Protoss because he's already got basically full saturation at his nap. Full saturation at his main. He's sitting behind all these spores. There's no way the Mutas can really do any damage. The only real spot that Michael can harass is the top right corner of the main. There, maybe Mutas can get some drone kills there, and that's it.
Yeah, this is so hard because honestly, like, Michael's just never gonna have the amount of units. Like, look how many spores there are. When's he gonna counter? Like, he has to have so many Mulas to counterattack. And then if he doesn't have that counterattacking option, he's just going to have to straight up fight the Hydralisks, which are going to be so well upgraded. And there's going to be so many of them that really this is just such 4th hatchery going down for Avi-Love. This is such a difficult spot to be in as Michael.
Yeah, macro hatch. I was actually wondering if we were going to see it. Keep in mind, there's 0 Hydras out. There's no Hydra Den either. So this is literally just sunken in spores trying to defend off Mutalisk, and for now, doing a good job. Finally, Michael has found at least a little bit of damage, and now he's found that the extractor is a bit exposed. So that's going to be eliminated, but not a big loss. Oh, is there? At the natural, there's a ton of units there. This might be a denial onto that hatch again.
Oh, but Michael does have units here, but it's not enough. Wings are just going to flood in here, and that's going to be it, really. My God. Dude, this 10 hatch opening against 9 pool is so, it's just so winning. It's insane.
Oh
yeah,
God,
I mean there's
really
just
too.
nothing Michael can do. I don't think there's at any point anything Michael could have done this game. I mean, he is playing his heart out, but he lost the hatchery, and now it's 1 hatchery. Well, it's 2 hatcheries against 4, but 1 base against 2. Double Evo, Hydra Den and Spire going. I'm actually curious what the idea behind the Spire is. Because, you know, like, do you really need it?
Maybe he just wants to let this guy know that, like, hey man, you got absolutely smacked. And even though he built all these drones and built evolution chambers and built upgrades, I can still build more Mutalisks than you. It would be absolutely hilarious to me if Avi-Love like just built 1 Hydra to just like let him know, like, hey, you see these upgrades? I don't even need them. I still have more Mutalisks. So we'll see if Michael can recover, because if you look at the supply, it's still manageable, 41 to 38. But 4 hatch production for Avi-Love, and he has 1,400 gas, 1,500 gas banked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a formality at this point. Really, there's, I mean, it has been for a while. It's just that, you know, Avi-Love hasn't ended the game yet, but soon enough, it will come. The red wave of Zerg will descend upon Michael and knock him into the losers bracket. But yeah, I mean, that's it.
We're going to have EU versus EU in our winners bracket. It's going to be OyA versus Avi-Love.
Yeah, that's going to be a sick match.
Damn, that is a lot of Mutalisks. Michael's not suspecting this at all. He's going to be like, where'd those come from? You have a Spire?
Yeah, it's so funny. I mean, Avi-Love is literally just griefing at this point. Because he even got the double Evo chamber going. You know, like, but instead is going to end the game with Mutalisks. I mean, that's one way to throw. but because Michael already has Mutalisk, this is good for him. You know, it would be way harder to deal with like a mass amount of Hydras than it would be to deal with these Mutalisks. But I mean, even then, the thing is, on top of these Mutalisks, Avi-Love can throw in like a bunch of Zerglings as well. And 4 hatcheries, 2 bases, really well saturated. I mean, yeah. Anyway, what can you do?
Yeah, it's ZvZ. Supplies are 80 to 53. This game's basically over. We're just waiting for Avi-Love to show the Mutalisk. It would be different if Michael had spores set up himself. Like yesterday where we saw True Touch kind of overextended with one of his attacks and the spores did a ton of damage. But with no spores, there's really no saving grace for Michael. He's got 14 Mutalisks. He's got a decent Scourge count. But I think Avi-Love actually has like 24 Mutalisks, and he has 4 hatch production. So it's going to be tons of Lings also supporting it. Well, there's one massive upgrade for Michael. That's going to be +1 armor. But while he's starting to stabilize his nat, of course, Avi-Love's still in a massive lead. God, that's so many. Absolutely so many Mutalisks for him.
Yeah, well, you gotta respect that this is a tournament situation, so of course, one player does not want to give up, and then the other player does not want to just throw away the lead, so maximizing the timing here. And honestly, Avi-Love is probably just waiting for his air upgrade to finish as well before going, which would make a lot of sense. But Michael is down 30 supply, basically, well, more like 20. Okay, well, some Scourge connected.
Scourge connect. So this is about as good as it can possibly go for Michael. He's got 17 Mutalisks. That's a sizable amount, but it's still nothing in comparison to what Avi-Love has. Look at how many Scourge and Mutalisks there are, and it seems like all of the Scourge connect also. This is going to be GG. Michael, no way he can stop this.
Yep. GG.
So really nicely done from Avi-Love, a nice build order from him, and it seems like this macro ZvZ, it's so weird to even say macro and ZvZ in the same sentence because you almost never see it, but more and more people these days are using it, and they've gotten
oh yeah, let's be
with
real, dude. Like Avi-Love could have just ended the game.
Yeah, he could have ended it.
He could have ended the game with Lings. Like, you don't need to get into. Anyway, that's my opinion. So like, because you look at that, and you're like, you know what? Like, why? That looks really good. Wow, Hydra Man makes sense there. He's super far ahead. And the thing is, he's super far ahead, so it doesn't matter what he does. You know, like that 10 hatch opening is just. How do you win versus that with a 9 pool speed? If it was 9 pool lair, it's different. If it was 9 pool lair, it's different because then the Mutalisks come out faster. Then you're really kind of pressuring the other player into getting Evo Chamber out for like really fast. Sunken's out or Creep Colony is out, so maybe the 3rd hatchery doesn't come as fast for the other player. But if you're going speed and you're committing to making Lings and your Spire timing is that late, it's over, man. Like there's literally nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do.
Yeah, what was weird, as I mentioned, was he scouted the hatch, so he knew what the build order was because he got first scout onto Avi-Love. Meanwhile, Avi-Love, of course, has no idea what Michael was doing, so it looks like that was a bit of a misstep. But regardless, Avi-Love played well in the series. Only misstep was the Polypoid game, and that was just a very funny game. And now we're going to have OyA versus Avi-Love as our winners match. But before we get into that, we of course are going to go into a quick break, and then we're going to find out who gets out in first place out of Group B.
Welcome back, guys, to the BSL round of 16. We just got done finishing a 6 series between Michael and Avi-Love, where Avi-Love ended up winning 2-1. But over the break, we got a sick fat donation from Pure Pat, a big $1,000. Absolutely amazing from him. And Pure Pat has, like, I remember even last season, he had some fat stacks for the BSL crew. So, you know, from myself and everyone here, obviously huge thanks. And that's a good time to remind you guys of the sponsors for BSL. Of course, Esport Fund is one of them. But importantly, the other big sponsor is you guys, the community. Of course, community support right down here. And I'm actually pointing right this time. Nyokin gave me some pointers to point well during the break. You can see right here, crazy, right? I can't believe I'm doing this. Right here, we have the, oh, okay, thank you, Zero. We have the stretch mark for BSL 12. And to remind you guys that BSL 11 is happening because we hit the goal last season for $4,000. And we're about to hit it again for this season. So definitely BSL 12, I mean, no doubt in my mind, we are going to be seeing it in the future. Of course, that's getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Zero is the man behind the scenes that makes everything happen. So really, if you guys, you know, Zero's the magician here, man. He just makes everything. He does everything. He's a god. He's our god, our Lord and Savior. So big thanks to him, but obviously big thanks to you guys, because you know, these tournaments, they're not like trivially cheap, right? Like, let's just leave it at that. They do take some money to run. And no, it's not because Nyokin and I are greedy casters at all. That's not even a part of it at all. So it's really, I mean, you see how amazing the production is this time around, and it has been going better and better. We also have just a sick prize pool for the players themselves, which is important. And again, we have like, what is it, like 3 streams running concurrently, maybe 4 or something in Russian, Spanish, Korean. So it's not a small tournament, guys. And I feel like, you know, because I'm in a position to say this, I don't think this stretch cold here is asking for too much, ultimately, given the scope of BSL, and it's only going to keep growing. You know, yesterday now, we had sick viewership for around 16 game. By the time we were done, we were up at like, what, 800 viewers on this channel alone, not to mention the other channels. I know those Spanish guys are streaming on Facebook. I think they get some crazy viewership as well. I mean, this tournament is the real deal. So, and again, it's only possible because of you guys. So much thanks. Of course, you can just, you know, if you're interested in donating, you can do so through the Twitch, through Patreon, through the donations page, or through the merch store. See, Nye and Guy rocking the fashion, rocking the apparel. And if you guys want to purchase yourself some hoodies, some t-shirts, some polos, or Nyokin's favorite, socks, you can do so at the merch store, and that also supports the BSL. So that's going to be it for that little plug there. We are going to be getting into the winner's match. Avi-Love versus OyA. What do you think about this one, Nyokin?
Yeah, so OyA looked really strong versus Gornich. I'm trying to think back to, have I even ever seen Avi-Love play a ZVP? You know, I've casted for a lot of seasons, but it's hard to remember all the games. And really, the most recent games I've seen of Avi-Love are just ZvZ. A ZVT that stood out was Ultraman versus Dandy. However, I'm not too familiar with his ZVP, so maybe you can give some insight into that.
With Avi-Love's ZVP, I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've seen it. I don't think we've seen it in the BSL period. I know he's played ZVT last season. Well, at least in the BSLs that I've covered with you, Nyokin. Last season, he was, again, in a bunch of, what's it called, Zerg groups. And I remember he played some long games versus Medino. Let's see here. But Oh, he was in a group with DeWalt but never played DeWalt, so this is going to be at least one of his first ZVPs in a while in BSL. You can see that his ZvZ so far has been his most successful matchup. That's not surprising. It has been carrying him this BSL and in the previous one as well. Now OyA just defeated Gornich in very, very convincing fashion. And Gornich is regarded as one of the strongest macro players in the scene with deadly ZVP, so this is going to be a challenge for Avi-Love.
Yeah, it's hard for me to bet against OyA simply based on the opponents that he's beaten that are Zerg in the past couple BSLs, and it doesn't look like he can be stopped. Really, Gornich, as you mentioned, one of the best macro ZVPers that we have in the BSL, so unless Avi-Love is going to be a better macroer than Gornich, I feel like OyA is looking like he's in a great position to get out in first place. Now, one thing that could stop him is potentially playing on a new map, could be deadly. And one thing that I did notice about the Demonic Azul is if we look at it, I kind of get Tau Cross vibes in the sense of look at how big those mains are. Maybe Avi-Love can come up with some type of like weird build like a Hydra Drop.
Yeah.
By 2S, but we'll see. The players are ready, so we're gonna get into game one of our winners match. It is OyA versus Avi-Love. So in the bottom left, our red Protoss player, it is OyA.
And in the 12 o'clock, the blue Zerg player, it is Avi-Love. And, you know, I know for a fact that Avi-Love has a lot of respect for OyA. Definitely thinks he's a strong player. So this is going to be a tough game. I don't know how OyA feels about Avi-Love. I don't know what the history these guys have. Of course, OyA has just been having so much success recently that he must be feeling pretty good here. Avi-Love, though, I mean, this is exactly what I was going to say. He is a very tricky player. He is a very smart player. And this time around, he is going to open with a 9-pool. 9-pool gas. All right.
Yeah, I was thinking this before the game started. Is my personal opinion is OyA seems like an absolute monster in the macro stages of PvZ. So if I was Avi-Love, I would try and probably bring it to OyA, try and disrupt. Whether you want to go for an early game kill or not, just at least disrupt the early stages of OyA, and this is one way you can do it with some 9-pool speed action. Now, I wouldn't even be surprised if he like all-ins with this, like 9-pool speed into fast lair and then go for that Eon Zerg type of 2-hatch lurker type of bust. That's personally what I would like to see, because we know, of course, OyA would have limited experience versus this. Now, of course, him being Protoss, he's going to first scout every single time. It just seems to be a trend in BSL, and that's going to be a Forge going up, I imagine. Yep, that's a Forge. So he's going to make sure that this is laying tight and Avi-Love can't get any damage done.
Yeah, so definitely against 9-pool, you want to get that Forge before your Nexus. Just play much more passively. This is going to be really good, though, because OyA, had he scouted... You see OyA's scouting pattern, actually. He poked out of his base with a probe and saw that there was no Overlord coming from the bottom right and went straight to 12 o'clock. So very smart scouting from him, and it's going to pay off this game. But Cannon just now starting, so Avi-Love will have some time to hit this gateway. But there are 2 Zealots, there are 3 probes here. Should be pretty straightforward for OyA to defend, but this is annoying. I mean, the gateway is going to take damage, and this can represent future threats as well, because if Avi-Love gets the gateway down to the yellow or the red, then that means that a follow-up Ling all-in could be very scary. And, you know, he doesn't necessarily have to commit to it right away. But this is, you know, this is the kind of damage you need to do with such an aggressive build like 9-pool speed.
Yeah, so we do see that speed is going to complete. I was wondering if, when you see the gate and forge already done, is this something where you're just instantly canceling the speed because it's not going to work at all, really. But it seems like he's going to complete it. A couple more links being produced, and I'm a bit surprised by this. I guess he's, of course, respecting the potential for a counterattack. I don't think this is going to be a bust onto the gate, as you were potentially mentioning. We do have the Nat going up for Avi-Love. He started to mine a tiny bit of gas. It's slowly building up over time. So maybe he's going to be going into a lair pretty soon. But so far, it looks like a third hatch is probably going to be coming down somewhat soon. But I don't see a drone anywhere out on the map.
Well, that core is fast. OyA is staying on these 2 zealots and the 1 cannon, and that core is matching Avi-Love's lair timing. But remember, Avi-Love is on 2 base, so this is really nice here from OyA. He is feeling like he needs to get the Stargate up really quickly, but you have to remember the Protoss. This is what's nice about 9-pool speed, is that it just keeps the Protoss in the dark. I mean, okay, yeah, it's gonna be some lurkers, I guess.
So this looks like it could be what we saw Eon Zerg attempt versus Bonneth last season, which is going to be a Ling Lurker bust. Oh no! There's no Stargate, Mihai. So this is going to be unscouted. And if it goes unscouted, there's going to probably just be no amount of cannons that can end up stopping this attack.
Now that's so weird to see from OyA. That's so weird to see from OyA. I mean, we're teching really fast to just get a really quick zealot push out, but this loses to almost any aggressive option. You know, whether it's even well, maybe Hydra Bus, it might be good against it. But we're talking about mutas, we're talking about lurkers here. I mean, this is so risky, skipping the Stargate.
Now, a lot of gas got spent by Avi-Love, and I'm wondering if that was just Hydras being made, or if there's a second upgrade that got made, like potentially lurker drop. As I mentioned, this gives me Tau Cross vibes, and I see that Overlord dangerously close to the ledge. If he loses that goon, the Overlord will survive, and a lurker drop could be potentially very dangerous. So I'm curious where all that gas went. I think Avi-Love has a little bit too much gas to actually have gone for drop also, but we'll have to pay close attention there. First 3 Hydras are all the way across the map. Lurker upgrade got to be finishing pretty soon. Meanwhile, speed should be kicking in pretty soon for OyA too. So this may be some weird base trade type scenario where Zealots are in the natural, but meanwhile, OyA is losing his natural too. Oh, he misses the lurkers.
Well, this is interesting from OyA actually, because this timing is so fast that it actually puts on a lot of pressure at a really weird time. But it looks like Avi-Love is just gonna have enough lings. And if these zealots die here, if the Protoss units die, he's not gonna have anything to defend his front with. And the thing is, they're not gonna get good trades off onto these lings. So Avi-Love is just gonna walk up to this front. He has a bunch of lurkers here. I don't know, dude. How does OyA defend now? He literally lost half his army.
He missed it again with the zealot move out. They're just barely out of range. I think this is game over. 4 lurkers will pop cannons very quickly. They're also going to murder these zealots. You can see that the lurkers are taking initial shots from the cannons. He literally just has to focus his cannons, and this game is over.
Yeah, you can see OyA is targeting the lurkers with the cannons, but they are going to go down, and there's no robotics. We saw Citadel Templar archives. There's definitely no more detection, and that's going to be it, really. I mean, what can OyA do in this situation? He literally just... Maybe if this cannon gets up, but Avi-Love notices it, focuses it down with the lings, and now the lurkers are going inside of the main. They're going to kill all these probes, and that's going to be... Well, I mean... OyA is going to try and defend his main base. He has a cannon coming up. DTs are out, but the Overlord is there to spot them. Another DT comes out. The problem is he just can't see these lurkers. And, you know, Avi-Love is playing very conservatively here. He could push into the main, but I think maybe he's, you know, respecting OyA a bit too much. Kind of assumes the cannons are already done, and now they are going to be done. So OyA will be able to play the game out still, but we know that behind this, Avi-Love has a third base coming. His economy is actually fine. The supplies are pretty much even, so... And only now does the robotics start, so basically OyA is going to be mining off of 1 base for the next minute or 2, and meanwhile Avi-Love is going to be able to saturate 3 full bases.
Yeah, 4th hatch going down for Avi-Love. Zealot comes in, and it's not going to get really anything done. I am a bit surprised, as you mentioned, that Avi-Love didn't move those lurkers into position. So this game's going to go on for now, but let's not get anything confused. OyA is pretty much basically dead. I didn't see a robo get built during the entirety of that attack. I just saw cannons being spammed, so there's no way he's going to be getting out anytime soon. It looks like the robo is about to finish, so observatory will come down, you know, and observer maybe comes out within the next minute or a minute and a half. But overall, OyA, what can he do? He's on one base. He doesn't have access to a lot of gas, so he can't spam out, you know, tons and tons of goons either. If there's a lurker contain, which is what it looks like Avi-Love's going for, there's no way he's going to get out. These DTs are more successful than I actually thought, getting 3 drone kills. Supplies look relatively close, but this is also what I was waiting for, is that the lurkers can just range the gateways. Yep, GG.
GG. Called by OyA. Quick game 1 there, very decisive build by Avi-Love, and yeah, I mean, that was surprising.
Yeah, that was a bit greedy for OyA to just instantly go for the Citadel.
Yeah.
I think maybe OyA was thinking also that Avi-Love will be aggressive versus him. Unfortunately, the most common aggression, which is Mass Hydra, didn't come. It was high-tech units, and there was nothing that the Zealots could really do. And also, the Zealot just barely missed the Lurker when it moved out, so bit of luck on Avi-Love's side. Multiple times missed the Lurker. First, moving out with the initial Zealots, not going through the center. Then again, the second Zealot moving out and just going around the side, missed it. So obviously a bit of luck for Avi-Love, but nicely done by him.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, what OyA was doing was just not overall solid. You know, he really was kind of cutting corners and playing against 9 full speed like that. And I mean, what OyA did was good, but it assumed that the Zerg was basically powering behind his 9 full opening. You know, like, okay, I'm just gonna move out here. Zerg's probably taking his 3rd base, probably making a bunch of drones, and this is gonna be good timing. But I mean, it's 9 full speed, man. Like, more often than not, the follow-up is gonna be some type of aggression, and you know, he got completely punished there. I mean, the first move out just died. Then he had no defense left over. So we'll have to see if Avi-Love goes for another kind of tricky opening. Of course, Demonio Azul is like a weird map, to say the least. It's very kind of unconventional. You have the 2 bases, but then so much about that map lends itself to unstable games. Like the 3rd and 4th bases are really far apart. They're very inaccessible, and you have a huge open main that can get dropped from all sorts of angles. You know, that's not the kind of map that you can have a stable, solid macro game on. So not surprising to see Avi-Love go for something like that there.
Yeah, so OyA is definitely going to have to be more careful versus Avi-Love, because in the ZvZs, Avi-Love was going for macro type play, but at least in this ZVP, definitely not macro type play. So a bit of a mix up between styles, between the matchups. And as we mentioned, we haven't seen ZVP from Avi-Love in quite a while, so he has that going for him. Whatever ideas OyA has of Avi-Love could have changed over the year or so from the last time we've seen it. Now, however, they are both from EU, so I'm sure that they hit each other on the ladder. So of course there could be some type of mind games or history there that we don't know about, but just basing it strictly on BSL games, at least Avi-Love has that in his favor.
Yeah, that's totally right. So we'll have to see here what OyA's pick is for game number 2. Now, I wonder what maps the players banned. So it looks like Overwatch was banned by Avi-Love, which, you know, not a very good Zerg vs Protoss map, as we saw in the previous series, OyA versus Gornich. And so, you know, thinking about the map pool, I mean, OyA has had a lot of success on Eclipse. We could be seeing that. Yeah, that's my guess.
There it is.
What's up, dude?
There's a reason they call him the Prophet. He just knows everything. So let's get into game 2. We've got Eclipse, one of the most common maps. See if Avi-Love gets out in first place 2-0 over OyA, or if OyA will tie up the series 1-1. in the red in the top right, up 1-0. It is Avi-Love.
And in the blue in the bottom left, down 0-1. It is OyA.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to the last time I saw OyA play on this map, and I think this was the map where we saw Goon Man actually get pulled out. And a few people have told me that Goon Man is a strong build in PvZ these days, but I've only seen it a couple times. So I'm not too sure what OyA has planned. It also wouldn't surprise me if we see OyA remind Avi-Love that, hey, I can be tricky too, and potentially see some Proxygate shenanigans somewhere. So I have to wait and see what OyA comes up with.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm kind of highly doubting the proxy gates at this point. OyA has done it so many times, and really it's the type of strategy where Zerg doesn't need to, like, the response to it isn't to majorly shift your build order or whatever. It's literally just to send like one Zergling to check. You know, that's literally all you need to do. So if as a player like if you're OyA and you've done it before, this or last season, not yet this season, but we have seen Cork do it on this map. When that's at the back of players' minds, there's just, it's so risky to go for it again. And OyA this time around, it looks like he's not gonna go for that pylon block at the third base, and Avi-Love is gonna go for that 11 hatch now on Eclipse. Thing is, this top right position is a bit harder to cannon rush than the bottom left, so 11 hatch is slightly stronger here rather than if Avi-Love were to spawn at the bottom left location.
So Gateway Expand for OyA is going to be putting, of course, a little bit of pressure onto Avi-Love. Yesterday, we saw Bonneth go Gateway Expand every single game. Most of the time, it was just 2 Zealots into Nexus. So we'll see if that's the choice for OyA, or if he's going to continue going harder on the Zealots, if he's going to build a Forge first. I think everything so far looks like it's probably going to be 2 Zealots in a Nexus like we saw yesterday. Now, of course, in ZVP, I'm always paying close attention to what's that gas timing for the Zerg. The 240 gas is about to be, wow, is that no Zealots? Okay, that's 1 Zealot Nexus.
Yeah, 1 Zealot Nexus, 18 Nexus. You know, usually you actually see a 20 Nexus, but this is against hatch first, so that second Zealot not so important. You know, by the time the second Zealot gets out on the map, the Zerglings are out. It's really this 1 Zealot that can kind of pressure the mineral line. The follow-up Zealots can go to something like the third base and start hitting the hatchery there, so that's usually what you see. This 1 Zealot, though, if it gets a drone kill, that's massive, that's huge. The second drone kill is even bigger, so this is already... if it gets the third! This is so... 4 drones! Holy... This is... 5th drone, dude. That's it, this game's over. It's done. There's literally nothing Avi-Love can do at this point. He has such a terrible economy that he can't even produce out of 3 hatches. That's it.
Steelix 666 tip $69.
Once
Help
again,
us,
forgetting
Mr.
to
Zero. You are our only
My
hope.
bad. Steel X, thank you for the massive tip right there. Thank you so much for donating to the BSL and helping us out. And that was devastating damage from OyA. I'm sitting here off screen just freaking out watching not only the second drone go down, but then the third, fourth, and fifth. Are you crazy? And now, like, it got to the point where I thought Avi-Love might even cancel his third hatch because he simply just needs the money to use his larva, but instead he is going to let it go up. He's going to try and play what looks like a normal game. You can see how late the extractor is, but as you mentioned, this is basically game-ending damage. If Avi-Love was to somehow stabilize this game, it would be an absolute miracle. Look at the saturation for Protoss. It's basically full saturation at the main and natural already. He's got his nat gas going up pretty quickly, so it looks like this is going to be heavy tech, and the drone gets pulled off, and now OyA probably will be thinking like, hey, this must be some type of aggressive play now, first off after dealing a lot of damage, but also because it looks like he really wants to hide something.
Well, I mean, if you're OyA, like, thing is, his probe just went down, so that's why he's been able to stay on 1 cannon for so long. But if you're OyG right now, I feel like, okay, you lost the probe, just put down a couple cannons. You're so far ahead economically, that you can afford to just put down cannons. Like, it's not going to change your timing, really. So, relative to the Zerg player at this point, and it's going to keep you safe. And it looks like Avi-Love, like, when you have taken that much economic damage, and you get a gas on top of that, you're further accentuating your low economy. But it looks like, okay, that was kind of a fake from Avi-Love. You can see there, I really like that from Avi-Love, actually. He did get that gas. I was thinking to myself, well, that gas, it's really early, and we just lost a bunch of drones. So if we put 3 drones to mine gas, we're really going to be starved for minerals. But it looks like it was more just for show. OyA, his probe died and saw the gas, and after that, Avi-Love has just been mining minerals, and he's going straight into hatcheries, and now making a couple of lings as a response to the Zealot push out. Really kind of almost... I wonder how many cannons OyG has at his main. This is almost a bit risky here to move out, kind of reminiscent of the first game. And I feel like these Zealots are just going to get surrounded by all these lings.
Yeah, I think this was not the move that OyG needed to make. The Sayer at least is going to come in here and see that there is no all-in happening, but that's going to be a reset onto the Zealot count. And I don't think Avi-Love really built an excessive amount of lings there. I think that was the appropriate amount to hold off. You can see that it looks like that is 4 hatches for Avi-Love. 5th hatch is going to be coming down pretty soon also. So nicely done. Avi-Love is making a game out of this. He is transitioning very nicely, and the drone pull, which I thought was going to be turned into a Hydra Den, ends up being, you know, just macro play. So nice mind game from Avi-Love, and he's got enough minerals and drones now that he can actually go into real Hydra production, real 5-hatch Hydra play. Now, of course, he's still massively behind. 4th gate going up for OyG. All of his tech is done. He's got the Stargate done. He's got Temple Archive done. He's had his Nat gas running for a long time, so he's banking a lot of gas. So, you know, Storm is going to be coming out pretty soon too. But at least Avi-Love is making a game out of it.
Yeah, he definitely is. And the thing is, though, like, the advantage from the early game is still translating here, with the Corsairs killing the Overlords, and you can see, like, the supply difference is huge, despite the fact that, I mean, I was gonna almost say, like, OyG kind of threw away that advantage by just losing those 5 Zealots for free, but just taking a gander at the supplies, usually you don't see this type of difference in supply this early on in the matchup. So again, the advantage is still present. Avi-Love has done a good job, though, evening it out. There's no Overlord there defending, and the Spore is finished. Okay, 3rd hatchery, or 6th hatchery rather, on the way. So Avi-Love has done a good job to get his economy online. This is definitely playable, but, you know, still has a bit of work to do to basically equalize the situation here.
Well, for now, it looks like it's just pure Ling Man. The DT at the top is trying to get some drone kills, but Avi-Love noticed it, and he's doing a good job, at least making the DT as... Oh my god, I thought it was as little... would do as little damage as possible. It already has 8 kills. Hydra Den is already done. I think this is the 6th hatch for Avi-Love, so actually he has all of the production he really wants. But as you mentioned, supply lead is massive for OyG already, 94 to 60. Just an insane advantage for him. Now, we were talking about in the previous series how, well, you were talking about how you don't like the lurker contain or the lurker defensive play. Now, if you're in a position like this, I feel like you have to go for the lurker play, right? Like, there's no other option for you.
Avi-Love is just so far behind. Like, that early game is not good for Zerg, man. You can see, like, he's about to make Hydras. The plan here, he does have 6 hatcheries. Shuttle drop is coming in here. I wonder, there's no way there's... I mean, the Templar Archives was finished, so this is probably a storm drop, yeah.
Okay, we're just about to watch a drone line get absolutely murdered, and there goes about 15 drones in an instant, and that's gonna now make the supply just 60 for Avi-Love and 112 for OyG. And behind this, OyG is doing what Artosis always talks about: when you're ahead, get more ahead. 3rd base going up if it was me, I may have just gone into Goon Man and try and range down some of these hatches, but instead OyA, he's just going to play it pretty calm, take his third base. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fourth base pretty soon. Now this Queen's Nest is interesting because the evolution chamber was very fast, and I thought, well, what are you actually upgrading? And I thought he might be getting Ling upgrades. And now that the hive is done, this may just be like mass heavy Ling style. Double evolution chamber action.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, it is going to be a defensive play because the reality is, like, Avi-Love is way too far. Oh my god, dude, another storm drop. That one Templar did not have energy, but you can see that natural mineral line completely devastated. The thing with Avi-Love's position is that he's just been he's just been so far behind. He's never going to have the production to essentially push the Protoss back. So literally he needs lurkers because he needs a cost-effective unit. Like it's just that simple. He can't just make Hydras off of 6 hatcheries because of how slow his timing has been due to basically losing 5 drones in the early game. So this play from Avi-Love makes a lot of sense, and getting into Hive, it is the way back into the game, but there's a lot of options for Protoss on this map. Again, there's not one center point to defend as Zerg that allows you to expand behind it. He's going to have to kind of spread all his lurkers out. And here comes a huge attack from OyA with the DT in conjunction in the main. Sig drop there, really forcing Avi-Love to respond on many fronts, but he doesn't actually notice this one DT, so his mineral line getting wrecked. Yeah, you can see he actually has no idea it's happening. Now finally notices the shuttle in the main. Jones already dead, and this whole game has just been Zerg trying. Oh my god, there's Storm going out as well. It's been Zerg just trying to drone up desperately and constantly getting beaten back down. And I mean, you see reflected more drones dying. I really feel for Avi-Love in this game because, like, this is the kind of game that it's almost better to just leave, because it can really destroy your confidence when a player just picks you apart like this. You feel like, damn, are they really that much better than me? But the reality is, no. Losing 5 drones in the early game is this bad. It might not seem like a direct result because of how long the game has gone for, but it just delays all your timing so much as the Zerg player. Like, literally everything that Protoss can... I mean, you never see a Protoss just storm drop. The first thing the Protoss does is storm drop a Zerg. It's not possible, because usually the Zerg has the tempo to threaten your natural and force the Protoss back and force the Protoss to sit in their base. But this game, because Avi-Love's economy was so wrecked, not just the economy, but the first Corsairs came in and just slammed those Overlords as well. Avi-Love had nothing. He could have done. There's no point where he had any tempo on the map. So it just looks like OyA is completely outplaying him, but it's normal to happen given the early game.
Well, we do see that Avi-Love's going to see the 4th base, and there's no way this will ever be denied. Protoss even taking a 5th base. Protoss basically is going to have the entirety of the map of Eclipse. He's also about to max out. The only thing I don't know what he has is his upgrades. Zerg's upgrades, for how the game has gone, are pretty damn good. It's 1-1 versus, okay, just 2-0 for OyA, but he's just so massively ahead. It looks like Avi-Love might actually get this 4th base up. Remember, he does have Hive, so his Lings are very strong. Lurker Ling is ridiculously strong versus Protoss, but look, bottom right, all of it, that's another Nexus at the very far right corner of Eclipse. So 6 base Protoss versus a Zerg player that's struggling to just take their 4th base. But Avi-Love still doing a good job. I'm surprised OyA hasn't gone for a killing blow. He stormed so many drones, you would think he just wants to go kill the guy, but instead he's content with just mass expanding everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a tournament setting. Players do not want to throw away any games. They also don't want to leave any games uncontested. But I mean, this attack here from OyA, he has to storm, but these Lings are getting cleaned up. They do have Adrenal Lings, but somehow it looked like a pretty good engagement for Zerg, but still so many Protoss units. I mean, I'm assuming he also has the upgrade advantage at this point, so like, it's really, again, another, it's just a formality until OyA just ends the game. He's so massively far ahead. It would take such a massive throw. You could, like, the amount of throw is like if you would throw a ball from Earth to Mars or something. Like, that's how hard OyA would have to throw to lose this game.
Well, this is a good move. Holy moly, that's a lot of probes going down. And if he was able to pop the cannons, maybe the observers were too late. But you can see the observers even have speed upgraded, so they got there very quickly. Avi-Love sees that bottom right is already taken, so he's not happy about that. But yeah, OyA, as you said, has to throw a ball to Mars to lose this game. Avi-Love might actually deny this base, but this is just the 6th base for OyA. He doesn't even care about this base. There aren't even probes there, so really not a big factor. But at least he does find a winning, well, finally a win there for Avi-Love, taking down 1 base, and behind this he is starting to take his 4th base.
I mean, it is slowly happening, I guess, but it looks like actually OyA does not have armor upgrades, and these Lings are going to surround these Protoss units. Dude, I don't know, maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, Lings are ridiculously strong. However, this is +3 weapon Zealots, so they're going to be 1-shot or 2-shotting these Lings very easily. The unit comp for OyA is not exactly the most ideal versus Ling Lurkers. It's mostly Zealots. Those Templars in the back could have easily been picked off by Lings. Luckily for OyA, Avi-Love didn't notice, so he is going to get some storms off. And again, this 4th base is going to be denied. And because of how many drones Avi-Love actually has, you got to start thinking about, well, maybe OyA doesn't kill him. He just, Avi-Love simply just runs out of money. That's a real scenario here. I'm looking at the gas bank for Avi-Love, 1200 for him. So Ultras could be coming on the field potentially. Now, there's no way this base is dying. Reaver and mass cannons already set up.
Yeah, well, this Reaver is just gonna shoot these Lings down. Yeah, it turns out cannons are pretty good at defending when you don't have Dark Swarm. Yeah, I mean, 2-2 upgrades for the Zerg player. And the thing is, you know, what's kind of scary about this game is that Avi-Love is literally just using Lings. Literally just using Lings. And the one thing about OyA is that he just does not have a big ball of Protoss slamming into the Zerg. It's always small groups here and there getting picked off. This is a lot of work OyA has to put into this game. I wonder, yeah, there's a Spire, so Scourge can come out to kill this shuttle.
Oh my gosh, just mass storm, endless storms. And I saw in the main of OyA, he's got Arbiter Tribunal and Stargate started blinking. So Arbiter's even going to come out pretty soon. Another Zealot attack denies top middle, but he's going to lose his whole army. If you look at the supply, you would be thinking, well, you know, it's at least manageable for Zerg, 80 to 130. But when you look at the mini-map and you see 5 bases for Protoss, you know that's not the case. But now that Dark Swarm is coming in, if there was no Reaver at bottom middle, I think there was a real chance that that base could be denied. And I think Avi-Love recognizes that mid left actually doesn't have a Reaver. So it looks like he's got his eyes set on that base.
This game is crazy, man.
Is he going to kill this base? Because if he kills this base, all of a sudden they're going to be basically even on bases.
If Avi-Love's, dude, Avi-Love is gonna win this game. I jinxed this game. I don't know what to say. This is insane that I'm witnessing this. I mean, OyA it still has bottom right. He still is 1 base ahead. Okay, that was a recall.
Recall, man.
Well, he threw a bunch of units at Avi-Love's base, so it looks like he's finally managed to do a significant blow here. That is going to be a lot of the tech. If he kills the Defiler Mountain plus the Hive there, you know, it's going to take a while for Avi-Love to get back into Hive tech. This counterattack from Avi-Love still kind of threatening. He might be able to get... Oh, those storms are going to be juicy, though. Softening up all those lurkers. A couple of them go down. All of them go down, actually, before burrowing, except for one at this point.
The Lings will be enough though to clean the Nexus up, so definitely a worthwhile counterattack. But I mean, just take a glimpse, take a gander, if you will, at the supplies real quick here. Triple the supply, a bunch of Archons. This was basically the Archon toilet. Get the Nexus, get it. Avi-Love knows. GG. And man, that was I feel like we got halfway there. You know, it got the ball got to the moon at least.
It did. Surprisingly, I was becoming a believer because all the Storm was great, but every single time he did the Storm drop, he would lose the Templars, and he's killing the 4th base, but he's also losing his whole army every time. And then the counterattack, like, imagine that recall doesn't happen. Now, I realize that the Archons probably would have saved one of the mid-left bases, but then it still would have been 4 base versus 4 base soon for Avi-Love. And with the heavy upgrades, 2-2, he may have even had 3-3 coming. And as you mentioned, Protoss didn't have any armor upgrades except for just 1 armor, no shields at all. So OyA played with his food a little bit, and it makes me kind of worried that if he does the same thing and he doesn't have a 5 drone lead, like a 5 drone kill lead, what if it's only 3? Does Avi-Love actually make the comeback there?
Yeah. I mean, well, it's hard, really, because obviously OyA probably felt he was significantly ahead, and it's, you know, as a player, you kind of sometimes get into that mental space where you're like, just leave the game. Like, I don't want to be playing this game anymore. It's like, it's over, and it's frustrating when you're still not ending the game. And it was scary for a bit, man. I mean, OyA did try to expand everywhere just to make sure that he kept his lead going, but all he needed to do was just macro solidly, like, consolidate your units and push. We never saw that mid-game kind of huge goon Templar army hitting the natural of Zerg, which I think, had that just been executed solidly, would have ended the game. So a bit worrisome there in a sense, but OyA really, I mean, he was so far ahead the whole game. I don't know who's going to feel better about that, to be completely honest with you. I was talking about how Avi-Love, for a long time there, felt like he was just getting slammed by OyA, again, because of the early lead there. And that's never good for your confidence. But then if you stick into a game that long, despite that disadvantage, that's good for your confidence. So game 3 really could be anyone's game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I was also waiting for the goon count to just balloon to 24 goons and we just win. Yeah. And it never happened. As you mentioned, the Storm drop as your first move. That's not something you ever see in PvZ, and was quite hilarious to watch drones just get eviscerated over and over. But you gave Avi-Love a real chance to come back, and Nexuses were falling left and right. Of course, the recall ended the game. So OyA needs to be a little bit more careful the next time he gets a lead like that. So now that Avi-Love has lost, it's going to be his pick. I imagine it's going to be Polyploid, but we are going to wait and see what the actual map choice is going to be.
I mean, we'll have to see. Yeah, Polyploid could be the pick, though I'm not quite convinced it will be the pick. I feel like we might see... We'll have to see. I mean, Polyploid is a good map in general, especially in the foreign scene, because a lot of the Zergs don't really favor the super aggressive mid-game. So Polyploid is a type of map that Zerg can get to hive on, can just defend, and eventually expand some more. Yeah, it is going to be Polyploid.
Yes, I'm thinking back to the last time we saw OyA on this map. Didn't we see OyA versus Zeke on this map? Where Zeke just had like a massive lead and OyA was having a comeback like Avi-Love, where he was just harassing all game long, and eventually it was getting very close and OyA actually almost split it. So let's see if Avi-Love can take out OyA here, or if OyA is going to come back with a reverse 2-1 victory. So in the top right in the red, nice win on Eclipse. He is OyA.
And in the bottom right, in the blue,
looking to end it all. Or rather advance, I don't know. It is Avi-Love.
I'm waiting for some Zerg other than Tyler Byron to pull out the 4 pool or 5 pool. Every time the game starts and I see it go up to 64, I get excited. I'm like, this might be it. But then the drone always gets built.
Well, you know, the 5 pool is really strong against Forge, but against Gateway, it's not that strong, and Gateway is pretty meta. So, more often than not, you see OyA is bringing the probe back, so most likely this is going to be a Gateway opening. More often than not, I mean, 5 pool can kill Gateway first for sure, but I'm just saying, like, it's not as comfortable as versus Forge expand, so not at all, really. So not surprised here to see Avi-Love go up to 6 supply, now at 9. He could put down the pool. Overlord did spawn, so this is going to be an 11 hatch again. And yeah, look at that scouting from OyA. He actually scouts the 3rd base first, spots the Overlord, so he knows that Avi-Love is bottom right. He's going to get first scout off again. This is not good news for Zerg because last game ended in utter disaster from just the first Zealot.
Yeah, this is BSL. Protoss players always scout first. Don't you know that, Gypsy? You've been here a while. It's just a fact. It always happens. Now, of course, he did check the 3rd base to see if that Overlord was there. And I was actually thinking that he may send a secondary probe out and do the proxy gates, but that's not going to be the case. He knew that the Overlord was out of position, so he did have, well, not out of position, but was not in position just yet to see a second probe come out, so that was an option for him. Meanwhile, probe is being annoying as usual. First Zealot has started to move out, and it looks like probe is coming down, so he's going to build that Nexus, I think. Just like last game, it's just going to be a single Zealot pressure.
Yeah, this is nice. You know, I kind of understand the reasoning behind it, but the follow-up Zealots can be good too to pressure a 3rd hatchery. It looks like Avi-Love actually a bit late on his 3rd hatchery. Might choose to not even build it. I like that drone. We saw this yesterday. The drone just kind of from Hawk, I think it was. I forget who it was, but the drone does go down, so that's not good. Honestly, just one drone is good enough against 11 hatch. The damage is kind of already done from OyA. If he gets another drone, that's going to be absolutely disastrous. But this time around, the Zealot doesn't get bugged out. That was so... Oh, but the probe is going to maybe get it. If the probe gets this drone, that would be massive, but he didn't. So actually, this is a really good defense from Avi-Love. Killed the probe, killed the Zealot, has 8 lings left over, only lost 1 drone. You're really happy to see that as Zerg.
Yeah, basically perfect defense from Avi-Love there, and the drill was 10 fantastic.
Lings. That's a lot of lings, Nyokin.
That is a lot of lings, but I think it's, you know, not a huge deal. What's the ideal amount? Obviously, at least 6. But
well, I mean, at least 6. But the thing is, you know, most of the time you have these 10 lings, but Protoss has follow-up Zealots coming, and they're hitting your 3rd hatchery or something like that. But in this case, like you pointed it out earlier, OyA went for 1 Zealot, then Nexus. So honestly, seeing 10 lings here, this is really good for OyA.
Yeah, it's definitely good for OyA, but it's not like this was like a super major overreaction from Avi-Love. I think he's still in an okay position. Second probe has come out to get a glimpse, or try to get a glimpse into the main. It's going to be denied, so he's going to go to the 3rd base. See at least that it's set up over there. In the main of Avi-Love, it looks like he has spent 100 gas somewhere, and I imagine that's probably for speed. Yep, speed has started, no lair anywhere in sight. Now back in OyA's base, it looks like Citadel's about to finish again. So again, there's another scenario where his tech is massively ahead, and I wonder if he's going to go into Citadel again.
Well, we'll have to wait and see here. I mean, there's no second gas, so most likely, yeah, with the gateway coming, and the +1 is already, the Forge is spinning already. This is so aggressive. This is what the Protoss build order used to be way back in the Blue Storm days, 2007. You know, almost fossil strats. but this is really an aggressive variation. It's quite good against something like a 5 hatchery, like no lair. So, and is Avi-Love? I don't think Avi-Love is getting a lair. Is he?
No, this looks like what we've been seeing all day long, which is it's like 4 or 5 hatches before lair. Hydrogen probably coming down pretty soon. Yep, there's the 5th hatch. Still no hydrogen. He did just spend, I think, 50 gas somewhere. So I think hydrogen is somewhere. Now this is what I do like, is if you think about yesterday, True Touch always saved his Overlord and really didn't exactly know what the tech was. But this time, Avi-Love is going to come in, actually sack his Overlord to make sure he knows what it is. And I don't see Citadel or Stargate anywhere. It's just actual Zealots.
Yeah.
Now, the cybernetics is spinning, which is curious. Is this a mind game, or is this actually going to be goons?
Oh,
it looks like
yeah,
goons.
okay, this makes sense. I was gonna say, I mean, this is OyA's go-to build. He likes to go for, well, this time around it's only 2 gate. Usually he goes up to 3 gate, but he likes to go for the early 3 gate goon build. And you know, once upon a time, this build with the range and the dragoons, like, people used to go armor with this rather than +1 weapons, but it was a really dedicated like 2 base all in. Whereas I think OyA likes to do this build as kind of a transition into a mid game here. But to be completely honest with you, you know, this isn't gonna be like this. Well, if you look at Avi-Love, he has double evolution chamber, so he's literally gonna hold this with mass ling, and that's not a bad idea, to be honest with you. And not just that, but he has 6 hatcheries already. You know, Protoss has 4 gates, and Protoss making dragoons off of 4, like, here's what's bad about making dragoons really early. They're expensive and they take a long time to make, and they hold back your infrastructure. So if you're really just pumping goons off of 4 gate, like if you're making zealots, that's okay because they're cheap and they make fast, and then you can scale up to 8 gates and then start making goons. And then if you're making goons off of 8 gates, then you're actually scaling your army really well. But if you're making it early off of just 4 gates, then your army's not going to be that big. And we'll have to see. I feel like with 6 hatchery production, Avi-Love is going to be able to completely overwhelm this with just lings. He is going to put down a couple sunks, so not feeling too confident in just the link play. This run by might be good, but okay, Avi-Love discipline pulls back. The +1 does finish though, and I wonder how quick the Carapace upgrade is going to be, because obviously the +1 is going to be a huge breaking point. But it looks like Avi-Love rather, OyA, kind of a page out of Medino's book almost, where he shows kind of like this aggressive style, and you're like, oh boy, he has dragoons already, he has zealots, bunch of zealots. Is he going to go for a timing? No, he's just going to make a nexus here. So if Avi-Love overreacts to this push, it's going to be good for OyA.
Now, in OyA's base, I saw robotics is already done. DT is out, so we may see some more shuttle harassment. I also noticed in the main, he's had an extremely fast second forge, so 2-1 is going to be kicking in, I think, at around the like 10-20 mark or so for OyA. It's extremely fast 2-1. Now that, as you mentioned, is a ton of lings, and I think
a ton of drones too.
Yeah, it's a ton of. This looks like what we were going to. Well, this looks basically the same thing that we just saw on Eclipse. I guess Avi-Love realized, like, hey, those lings actually did way better than they should have. So he's going to go into the same style that he pulled out on Eclipse. Queen's Nest is already done. He's going to be going into Hive pretty soon. I think that's a Spire going up in his main. Supplies are pretty close. Now the question is does he notice that this is a storm drop coming in? And if he does, he shouldn't take that many drone losses. Meanwhile, third base of OyA should be up and running, so he's got that going for him. Oh, wow, that is 4 DTs.
Taking a page out of Quark's book right here. Or was it Quark that got inspiration from OyA? But this is going to be really annoying to deal with. I don't think he notices it. They're just in the main wrecking havoc, and this Ling attack, I mean, I think he timed it with the +1 Carapace, which is really good. He doesn't notice in the main that everything's dying. He's still not looking, and the drone line's probably eradicated. Oh my god, this is a disaster. Now he notices, oh my god, there's 4 DTs in my main. They're going to kill the spawning pool too. No more Lings. Hive on the way though. Now, that was a lot of drones to lose. He does have 6 hatcheries to work with. He did just kill the 3rd Nexus from OyA, so getting some counterplay himself. These DTs, though, getting a lot of value. They do one-shot the Lings, obviously. But that was a successful drop from OyA.
Yeah, and if that drop wasn't as successful as it was, the third base got eliminated. So unfortunate there that Avi-Love just didn't realize that DTs were in his base. There was an Overlord sitting there, so it wasn't like he didn't have sight. So a bit unlucky for him. Meanwhile, it looks like 2-1 has completed for Protoss. OyA is going to start taking his fourth base. He is going to get his 3-2 upgrades going. But Avi-Love did have that hive morphing. Spawning pool is about to finish, so he's going to complete, or he's going to start Adrenaline pretty soon again. And again, another shuttle is moving out, and I just noticed that Spire is nowhere in sight, so this is going to continue for a long time.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see here. I mean, you know, it's still playable from both sides, though OyA is setting up to take up his 12 o'clock.
Oh, there is a Spire.
Yeah.
But there's only one Scourge.
Pretty unfortunate. The other Scourge's probably lingering around somewhere. These Lings are going to be so annoying to deal with, and this is the strength of the double evolution chamber, but so far OyA has done a good job to keep his +1 timing advantage. The only thing is that he's not... Eventually that +1 timing is going to dissipate, so he needs to translate these power spikes into timing attacks, but instead he's sitting back and defending, and I think in large part it is due to his build. It is very slow tempo. Again, getting those 4 gates up into, you know, into Dragoon production, into a fast third means he's defending. He never has kind of priority on the map. And that's going to suit Avi-Love just fine, because Avi-Love is playing this slower style. He has a hive already, he has double evo chamber going, he has a lot of drones, rebuilt his economy, and now he's going to take a 4th base at bottom left. So, you know, as we get into the late game, this is looking really good for the Danish Zerg.
Yep, lurkers are now starting to get out onto the map. He's got his 4th base going up at bottom left. He may even take this mineral only. Looks like that Templar just wants to one-on-one. No storm, just, whoa, okay. He got farther than I thought. Okay, now he gets taken down. But 5th base is going to be going down pretty... Look at that skimpy army. That seems ambitious to move across the map when you know this guy has mass Lings.
Yeah. Well... Oh, looks like we actually had a desync there in the live game, so we're gonna watch this from Avi-Love's perspective, and this is gonna be interesting. Lurkers are coming in. The storms were pretty nice from OyA. He will be able to defend this. I feel like he does have, again, +2 carapace, so the +1 timing from OyA is nullified unless +3 comes in soon, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. It is 13 minutes, so really these Lings are going to be able to tough it out against the Zealots. Oh, those Lurkers going to have some 6 snipes onto the Templar. That was massive, and you know, slowly but surely this Protoss force is going to bleed out. Wow, Avi-Love really dedicated a lot of his time to... Yeah, you can see the game is totally desynced, so we do have to watch it from... Look at this technology. You can actually see where the replay is wrong, or rather the live game. Yeah, unfortunate. You know, that's why it's nice to have these FP VODs, honestly, Nayokin.
Yeah, so look at this comp. It's just pure Zealot versus Ling Lurker, and I think that OyA's overstepping a bit. +3, I think, is not done just yet. If it did complete, it just finished. So maybe OyA has an upgraded advantage, but look at the macro from Avi-Love. He's got his Nidus going up. He's going to be able to saturate this base pretty soon. There's still one Lurker there doing work onto these Zealots. There's not that many Templars left over because Avi-Love did a good job to eliminate the majority of them. But behind this has bought OyA some time to get his 4th base up and running. It looks like there's a red dot at top left, so maybe even 5th base going up soon. But look how many Lings this is. Oh my god, that's an amazing storm.
Yeah, but this is all Lings. Like, who cares if he loses? Like, they still trade for a lot of damage. Now, the only difficult part... See, usually Zerg expands to the main base because holding onto the natural is much harder, whereas if you have the main base, you can just park a couple of Lurkers on top of the high ground. It's really hard for Protoss to break through that. But if Avi-Love can secure this natural, which it looks like he has,
it's going to be much easier for him to then secure the main behind that. And now is the stage in the game where it gets really hard for Protoss. I mean, when Zerg gets into this hive tech and they can run around with fully upgraded cracklings, and they have infinite units coming from all sides of the map, it's so incredibly hard for Protoss to keep up with that. And really, Protoss needs to, at this point, transition into shuttle play, but also they need to, Protoss needs to constantly have a strong mid-map presence. That's how you have to keep pressure on top of the Zerg player. And so far, OyA is not doing that. He's just reacting. He tries to send a couple of units to the bottom left to contest this base, but it's never kind of a significant enough force to be cost efficient enough to like push through. So really, this is such a good spot to be in as Avi-Love.
Yeah, so many lings. Defilers are now out. So many macro hatches too. I thought one of those buildings for sure would be an Ultra Den, but I haven't seen them just yet. So he's got a lot of gas that he could be using. Now, I did notice that it seems like he has a ton of drones, which is obviously great. However, I think in the PvZ matchup, Protoss stays on a somewhat low drone count. So he needs to be careful that he doesn't have, some absurd amount of drones, like 80, 90 drones, and just actually doesn't have anything that can stand up to the insane Protoss death ball. Looks like there's another Zealot drop into the main. We'll see how many, well, it didn't look like it actually got that many drone kills. And kind of a wasted drop there. Well, it's still running around. Maybe it gets a couple of kills. But look at the supply. 150 for Zerg. He's almost got split map on Polypoid too. And a lot of times, once the flood, there it is. There's Ultra Done. Once the flood starts happening for Zerg, Protoss has a really tough time actually stopping it. And look at top middle. That looks like a Nyoken expansion, just long distance mining from my main. No nexus anywhere in sight.
Yeah, and once again, thank God we have the first person views here. Otherwise, it would be totally unwatchable. Yeah, I mean, Avi-Love again in a really good spot, but the thing is, now OyA does have that big Protoss ball we were talking about. He can kind of sit in the middle of the map and intercept a lot of these forces, and just pure ling. I mean, it is going to eventually chew through units, but one well-placed Storm, one well-placed Archon is going to very effectively deal with it. But yeah, this is the power of Zerg. Just box, like in 2 actions, you can make 24 units. The Storm drops. This is exactly what OyA needs to be doing. He needs to be constantly putting on pressure with Storm drops. But we actually saw Avi-Love click up the Overlord drop upgrade, so soon enough he is going to be threatening to drop top left, especially in going into Ultralists. Now you don't see this every day. The thing is, in the Ultra late game, Ultralists suck. I mean, they're not that good against like a composition like Mass Archon or whatever. Like Protoss can deal with Ultralists pretty well, but in small engagements they're really strong. And if you have a sick upgrade advantage and like a sick economic advantage, you can kind of use them to just plow through Protoss positions.
So it looks like Lings and Lurkers are trying to get into position to deny top left. For now, they're just going to sit on the high ground and try and trade it effectively as possible. I noticed there's no Defiler in that army, so more than likely top left will not be denied. But that is going to draw the units of OyA to the left side, and you can see instantly Avi-Love is loading up a drop, and we know how fast buildings will die when they're faced with crackling, so OyA needs to be careful. It looks like he's going for a counterattack to bottom left, but it's too heavily defended, and I think OyA's in trouble, especially once these drops start hitting his I guess natural is what it looks like.
Yeah, well, drops can go anywhere. They can fly past the natural and go into the main base. Of course, cracklings can make short work of gateways.
Oh no.
Wow, OyA is doing phenomenally well to defend, though. He does have a Reavers in position. Here comes the drop. It is going to go into the natural. No, it's going to pass the natural. Only a couple of Lings getting dropped. And here's the problem for Protoss. Once the drops come into play, the Protoss is so focused on defending top left that his main base is kind of open. But this counterattack at 6 o'clock is doing wonders for OyA. If he kills all these hatcheries and the resources there, it would be huge for him. Meanwhile, it looks like the drops are getting cleaned up by OyA. He did lose his mining at the natural, but that was only a couple of probes and really not that much
that many resources left for him there. And now he's cleaning up 6 o'clock, so suddenly Avi-Love's position is slowly deteriorating here. He never really got bottom left up and running. He should have a couple more hatcheries there for sure. And, you know, this is so good. Oh my god, the cows are out though.
Yeah, I was wondering how his supply is still almost max. The drop didn't do anything. He lost bottom middle. He actually lost a lot there. A lot of macro hatches lost evolution chamber. Bottom left, his, I guess, 6th base really isn't mining that well. Sure, he has the natural, but I mean the main doesn't have that many drones. It looks like he's going to be setting up for another drop, probably combo it with ultras at the front this time. And still that force of OyA was at the bottom, so again, it was out of position. It looked like there was also a lot of supply at top left in Zealots and Reavers. So if he just keeps barreling on this natural, I think eventually he will bust it, but he needs to send his whole army. That's so much supply just sitting there.
Now, ultras can be really strong against basically just Zealots. Basically, ultras are really strong against everything other than Archon Reaver. But the way that OyA has been playing, where he has a couple forces here and there, he doesn't have a one big death ball. I feel like ultras might be exactly what Avi-Love needs to like maybe break through top left. Thing is, you can see OyA still has quite a lot of Dragoons, so Dragoons do well versus ultras. Obviously, Dragoons do well versus everything except Dark Swarm. So, you know, Avi-Love needs to keep making defilers here. But it looks like, yeah, he does have one defiler with this attack going top left. We saw a lot of Reavers earlier, though. So if OyA is entrenched there in that position with a bunch of Reavers and defends this, meanwhile killing Avi-Love's 3rd base here, or like the mineral only, this is going to be really good. But it looks like Avi-Love is going to be able to defend that. And only 2 Reavers and no Sim City. There's no gates blocking the ramp or the natural. So it looks like Avi-Love is going to push through here. Darkstorm goes down. No speed just yet on the ultras. But quite frankly, they don't need speed right now. And it looks like Avi-Love is going to kill top left. And with top left down, and Avi-Love still has bottom left going and a bunch of hatcheries and full econ with... you know, a lot of supply. It looks like maybe no, there's no DTs on the round. This is looking like a win for Avi-Love, and GG.
GG. So Avi-Love is going to take down our top 4 finisher from BSL10 in a straight up macro game, and I think he got inspiration from the Eclipse game, because though he had no business being in a 20-minute game on Eclipse after the initial opener, and he executed it absolutely fantastic. The Lings traded so darn well, and OyA, like you said in the beginning with the goons, it kind of delayed everything. I thought that he was going to go for a really slick timing, and then he kind of just sat there and took a 3rd base, and that gave Avi-Love killer econ. You saw at the end he had like 10 macro hatches. There was a cycle where he built like 15 drones at once. Just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, impressive. That was really, really a good result for Avi-Love. And, you know, Avi-Love
Revolution
kind of...
Bird cheered X500. We love you, Avi. You are the best a man can get. Please win BSL for Rev, my wonderful man.
Very strong player himself, and this result goes to show. I mean, he basically really took it to OyA in the series. Except for that game 2, obviously. But even in the game 2, despite the huge disadvantage, he was clawing his way back into it. So... really surprising result here, but not really surprising because Avi-Love is a strong player. So really sick to see him perform here. And he is going to go into the round of 8. It's going to be one of his best finishes, if not the best finish, at least so far. And OyA is going to get knocked down into the losers bracket. He is going to be waiting for the winner of Gornish versus Michael, which is going to be our next series. You don't want to miss that. We are going to be back in just a couple of minutes.
Oh, he didn't stop it. But is TrueTouch going to react? He
oh
does
my
cancel.
god,
and
dude!
That is actually a saving move for TrueTouch right there.
Like, dude, Tech is playing out of his mind. All he has to do here is get some nice storms off. That's a lot of Zealots. The Archon also is going to do a lot of work. He's going to run up here, but his units are starting to bunch up a bit. The Templar are going to go down before Stormlords, and this is going to be such a disastrous situation to be in as True Touch. He's getting absolutely mauled at his third base, and all these Overlords, dude, they're just going to get evaporated by the Corsairs.
I know, wow, he already has Defilers and Dark Form, and that's just a pure goon army, basically, so no counter to Lings and Lurkers under Dark Form. You can see him scrambling to escape, but the Storm gets on top of his own units, and now I think Tech is on the brink of just being eliminated.
True Touch, he does see the blood in the water. He is going to pounce on top of this Protoss force. Storms going off, though, some nice connections, but the problem is this Protoss force was whittled down too much, and again, True Touch sniping all those Templars earlier on meant that this force basically only had 3 Templars to work with.
Bo's gonna push the trigger. The shuttles do fly in onto the tank line. So many Zealots screening for the Dragoons, and this looks like such a sick engagement from Protoss. The Storms are also going down on top of the tanks. The Zealots do evaporate though, and now Boa has to pull back. There's a lot of...
This is it. This is going to be Terra moving out in first place unless something catastrophic happens. But again, look at the Vultures in the back. Even though the Zealots may clean up the army, the Vultures make sure that the entire mineral line is destroyed.
Oh my god, and so many more probes coming in to their death here, and Terra's just doing game-ending damage.
Oh my god, this is going to be so close. And the Rax is going to float down here, so if the DTs are out...
Okay, Ultra knows what's up. The DT
oh no, you can't go up here. That's a mistake!
Just dies!
Okay, where's that sec? Oh no, what?
It's out of range! Oh my god, dude!
My green screen fell because I'm...
Oh my god, and more goons coming in at the natural. I don't even know what is going on. Bo is actually just pushing through with a DT goon attack. You don't see this every day. This is going to be so tight of a defense for Zerg, and actually no cannons. That is a shield batter going out. The creep colony does get killed. Drones getting pulled here, and Crossy takes his engagement, but perfect positioning by the Zealots, and they're just going to completely wipe the floor with these Zerglings. A couple of drones go down as well. The shield battery finishes, and has Quirk done it?
Here he goes. Can he take down this many Lings and this many Sunken? Mutalisk coming from the back, Mutalisk in the front, and there might actually be a little bit too much DPS for Crossy.
No, I mean, these +1/+1 Hydras. This is like watching a TvZ Nyokin, and Avi-Love is a Terran player. He's just sunken busting Cross out of this tournament.
Oh, he's built so many Links. He's going to try and engage this army. The Firebat is in the front. They're dealing so much damage into the front Links. Look at these Firebats. He killed almost nothing.
Oh my god, a misclick from Gornich. 6 Scourge pop out. Those aren't Mutalisks, and Dandy's just going to run in here, kill the Sunken, and he is going to kill this hatchery for free. These Mutalisks are just not... There's just not enough Mutalisks to deal with these Marines. Dandy is focus firing the Mutalisks just well enough. And GG, oh my god. We'll have to see if he can do it here.
Yeah, but it's only 5 Mutalisks versus I thought I saw 10 for Gornish. So as long as the Scourge don't connect, this is an overwhelming amount of Mutalisks. And it looks like none of them are, maybe 2, and that's it. And this should be Gornish eliminating Zeke. There's only 4 Mutalisks right there.
Yeah, and Gornich, he's doing it, man. It's only 7 Marines. It's very easy to deal with that, especially with the Mutalisks that are left over. So this here is going to be a donation from Grindboss, and you, as a Terran player, you lose a lot of tempo by making this dropship and not getting any value out of it. So a lot of space to be gained by Hawk, and these vessels might be there, ready to get picked off. And if he loses these vessels, man, I mean, the game's going to be so hard for him. Loses. Oh, he's gonna get some more vessels. You cannot lose these. I would actually just totally suicide these Mutalisks for these vessels. It's such huge value. Terran has absolutely no pressure going on to the Zerg, but the problem with Hawk's position is that, okay, Grindboss getting a bit feisty here. He's a bit mad.
Dragon coming in through the back. That is going to be another massive flank, and it looks like maybe Dragon can just barely hold, but Zealots coming in through the back. Also, now the Goons are hiding up high ground, and what looked like was going to be a great attack for Protoss ends up going in Zerg's favor. Well, chat, It's about 30 seconds from seeing a GG from Casper. The Goons, they didn't get the kill onto the tank, but what they did see is there's no turret and no comsat, and with those swipes, that's going to be the end of Casper's run. There's no academy in sight. There's no eBay in sight. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, he's just going to go in. He needs to get the right stasis off. One EMP goes off onto the Arbiter. Second EMP hits with the other Arbiter as well. He does have 2 stasis to work with, but they're not going down just yet. He does stasis a clump of tanks, but those are the ones that are gonna... It really saves them more than anything. He needs to stasis these back tanks. This is gonna be a massive stasis. Huge stasis, but it's just too late. The tanks have already dished out their damage. A lot of Protoss units are left over, but oh my god, the mines connect. That siege tank splash damage completely obliterates that group of goons.
We are back. We just saw Avi-Love take, I think, somewhat of a surprising victory. I was looking at the polls in the BSL Discord, and actually only 8 people voted for Avi-Love to make it out. So a surprise win there. He crushed it too. The macro was on point on Polypoint, and I love the Ling Lurker bus that we were calling on Demonio Azul. So nicely done from him. And now you know what this sets up, Mihai, is either OyA or Gorinich, or both, are out in the round of 16, 2 of our highest placed finishers in recent BSLs. And potentially, we could even have Michael make it out as our second place finisher, because he looked pretty damn good in the ZvZ that we already saw.
Yeah. It really could be anyone. You would kind of expect probably still OyA to be a bit favored here to make it out, because he did just smack old Gorinich. So if he does play Gorinich again, you know, he should be feeling pretty good about that. But if he plays Michael, I mean, Michael, he had some sick ZVP last week, but of course Michael is a newcomer, so still has to kind of prove himself in a sense to like be that favored player. But Gorinich versus Michael, I mean, this is going to be interesting. Gorinich, of course, we've seen him play ZZ. He's very strong in it. Michael, against Avi-Love, he looked really, really good. And to be completely honest, I feel like all 3 games were more or less build order wins. Of course, the first game versus Avi-Love, I do think that Michael had evened out the early disadvantage. So, and then eventually he still got kind of outplayed as the game went on. So that wasn't too promising in a sense, but everything else was looking really strong. So honestly, going into this game, I mean, Gorinich on paper seems to be the more favored player, because obviously he has this history and success, but Michael has been playing really well. So in my mind, it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, Michael definitely had what seemed to be better muted control than Avi-Love in that series. However, we didn't really get to see a test of the muted control, because it seemed like they just wanted to butt heads, not really actually control Mutalisk that much. And I know that Gorinich is not going to let that happen. He's definitely going to make sure that Scourge don't connect. So we'll see how Michael can face off versus Gorinich. Our map is going to be Blade Runner, and this is going to be the first game of our deciders match in the round of 16 Group B. So in the bottom right of Blade Runner, we have our blue Zerg. It is Michael.
And in the bottom left, it is Gorinich in the red Zerg. Red versus blue, man. Who's going to win?
I haven't been paying attention to who's won actually, red or blue. The games have been too crazy, especially the Avi-Love series. I haven't really even noticed. But what I have noticed is that both players are not scouting in the correct direction at all. This is going to be a last scout. Maybe they'll see each other going towards the natural with their second overlord. But yeah, well, of course, ZvZ comes down to build orders. We saw, I guess, Michael be more aggressive compared to Avi-Love, so I imagine that that's probably what he's going to stick to. And I'm trying to think about what Gorinich liked to do, and I think he is going to put down a 12 hatch.
Looks like it is going to be 12 hatch here from Gornich. Of course, it is a 4-player map, so 12 hatch is a bit more likely in this situation. Neither player is scouting the correct way. Michael is going for that pool gas.
I'm looking at how the terrain is laid out, and this is actually maybe one of the biggest maps we have in BSL, because first you have to go to the left side, then you have to go up, then you have to go back to the left side, up and down ramps, and I feel like Gornich for sure is going to get this base up and running easily. Now, we were talking about what's the advantage of an early pool build, I think on Sylphid, and you were saying how you need to go instant lair, and there it is. So it's not going to be speed initially for Michael. I'm sure he's going to get it sometime soon, but for now, looks like he has learned that the speed opening that he used versus Avi-Love didn't work out, so now he's going to modify it a little bit and just go straight into lair.
Yeah, and you know, pretty slow game so far though, because Michael is still favoring that lair instead of the early aggression with the pool. And in general, this is always pretty good for the 12 hatching player. If you can get a 12 hatch off, like, here's the thing, if you get a 12 hatch off and you don't die, you're in a good spot. I mean, no matter what your opponent is doing. So Gornich is going to be happy about that. He's going to be happy about Michael going for this lair, not putting any pressure on. Gornich himself does have a decision. Yeah, go straight for the lair. So this is going to be really good for him. Matches the tech. And once again, Michael at a disadvantage from the build order.
Yeah, so he puts down a hatch in his main, so that's not going to be at the natural. So Michael better do some early game damage. Otherwise, Gornich is going to get his nat gas and running pretty easily. Now, Gornich is going to come in here and see that there's no hatch here either. So he may think that maybe this is not the base that Michael is at. But now with the lings far forward, I guess he is going to confirm this is Michael's base. And he's going to know that this was a very fast lair opener. Now, that's a lot of lings from Gornich. Of course, he has no idea what Michael is doing. So I think you obviously have to be building the lings. Spire is about halfway done. More lings even. And it looks like Gornich has some plans to actually try and bust up this ramp.
Yeah, this is going to be a sick timing here. But this ramp is quite small. I mean, especially with the eggs, makes the entry point that much smaller. So I think Michael is going to be fine. It doesn't seem like he's going to need to make any sunks. And I like this from Michael. Michael actually skipped speed, so that's going to be extra resources for him, whether he wants a quick upgrade or more Mulisks. And the Spire timing is quite fast, so Gornich is going to be forced onto getting spores early on. And Michael already has 2 hatcheries, so though he will not have access to that natural gas as fast as Gornich, he has saved gas from the pool, from not getting speed, and from getting the gas much earlier than Gornich. So it's going to take a while for Gornich to equalize sort of the gas disadvantage that he's at. And honestly, Michael is in a really nice spot here. He's going to be able to put on a lot of pressure with these Mulisks. He is going to get the 1 Overlord down here, and then possibly another one. And from this point on, I feel like Michael, he is just going to take he has 2 options. One is with the 2 hatchery production, he could make a bunch of lings and try to go for that run by that you keep mentioning, Nyokin, at the ramp, supported with the Mulisks. Or he could just take his 3rd hatch really quick and expand to his natural.
Yep, so spores are going up. You can see that that's creep calling that's being built is most likely a sunken. These mutas are doing a good job to just stay on top of the lings and eliminate as many as possible. And now Gornich really does have to worry about potentially having his main breached. That is still a decent amount of lings for him. Supplies are relatively even. Let's see what Michael's choice is going to be. So far, we haven't seen a drone move down to the low ground just yet. Looks like he's content with building more units because we see he's at 32 supply now. Meanwhile, Gornich still at 26. But I think that's simply because he hasn't built any Mutalisks yet. You see he's got a lot of gas, but no minerals.
Well, Gornich also has a lot of lings. You know, these are left over from the early game. Okay, so yeah, Michael is going to go for that aggressive option, but like you said, Nyokin, the Mutalisks are on the way for Gornich, so I feel like Michael will slightly miss his timing here. You can see he's setting... Oh, those are actually Scourge, and we've seen Michael's micro against Scourge earlier today. This is turn rate 24 high, so he should be able to deal with this pretty well. He has 5 Mutalisks. That's more than enough to deal with the Scourge here. Here comes the attack from Michael. The Scourge to go down. This is a lot of Zerglings, but I mean, Gornish does have the support of the one Sunken, and that can soak up a lot of damage. But so many Lings from Michael actually completely eradicate the leftover Lings from Gornish, and these Lings are going to start hitting the drones as well. If they kill the Spore, that would be huge. Michael, though, has the micro against these Scourge.
He had 3 Mutalisks there, and there was only 2 Scourge. That means 2 Scourge connected on 2 different Mutalisks and eliminated both of them. And Michael, he was all in with it. He just ends up tapping out. So the Mutamicro, actually not the greatest, and Gornish manages to somehow survive just barely by the skin of his teeth. Like, there was just 1 Muta left over to defend his natural, but only 2 Lings. So a very close call.
Yeah, I mean... that was so close. I wasn't expecting a GG that fast, but of course Michael, after losing his Mutalisks and then not taking the 3rd base, or rather his natural, or rather not just that, but investing all the larva into Lings made it so that really he had no follow-up after that, especially because Gornich had a natural going and had decent drone saturation, plus the 5 leftover Mutalisks. There's no way coming back there, so that's going to be it for game 1. Pretty decisive victory there from Gornich, and yeah, once again, man, I mean, I feel like a lot of the times the Zergs that have the Mutalisk advantage, I'll keep saying this, they're too aggressive with it. They try to end the game instead of expanding themselves, because we saw that game. Gornich would have taken a while to build up to the Mutalisk count that Michael had, and Michael could use those Mutalisks to just secure his natural and get up to 3 hatches faster than his opponent.
Well, of course we know that, because we're all knowing with the being able to observe, but he doesn't know that. And I don't mind the attack that he did, because that's actually my preferred move right there. You have so many Lings, you know it's going to hit before Mutalisk, or at least like before they have a lot. So you do have an opportunity to just end the game. So I think it was a fine choice. Unfortunately, the Scourge connections are really what did him in. I think he would have stayed if he didn't take so much damage to the Scourge. So he's going to have a little bit better Muta control versus Gornich if he wants to win this matchup. Because if they ever get into a real Muta versus Muta fight, I feel like just simply based on that control right there, Gornich is most likely going to win. So I think now I'm going to favor Gornich quite a bit in this particular matchup, unless we see Michael pull out something very crazy, like maybe we see Skeleton build again and just go for Mass Sling and try and end it. But I'm pretty sure Gornich probably watched that game, and I don't think that's gonna work versus him.
Well, yeah, definitely being down 0-1 there, especially from a game like that, is not going to look promising for Michael. The game is going to be on Eclipse here. This is Michael's choice to try and bring it back against Gornich, down 0-1. He has to win this. His tournament life is on the line.
So in the blue, he needs your energy. It's our NA player from this group. He's on the brink of being eliminated. It is Michael.
And in the bottom left, the Russian Zerg, it is Gornich.
So we've got 2-player map Eclipse. Both players obviously going to scout first, but, you know, diagonal spawn, so it's a bit of a longer map. I'm trying to think back, like, every single game we've seen so far, the person that went for hatch first ended up winning, right? Feels like we might as well just go for that.
Well, hatch first is just so strong. But I really do think that Michael had a good reply to it last game. He just tried to go for that all-in attack, and it didn't work out. But I feel like he could have played the game out, and because he skipped link speed, because of a lot of factors there, he actually evened it out quite well. So we'll have to see. I mean, again, 12 hatch is just so strong when it doesn't die to a 9 pool. And so far, neither player going for a 9 pool. If this was Avi-Love, I feel like we would have seen the 10 hatch already, but looks like both players going for that 12 pool, so might be a 12-12-11.
Yes, so 12 pool for both players. Gas going up for Gornich, and it looks like gas is going to go up for Michael. So basically, identical builds. We'll have to see if there's going to be any type of deviation. Like, is somebody going to build more lings? I feel like that's probably not going to be the case. I expect hatchery to go down pretty soon. You can see that this first drone is going down for both players. So actually just mirrored builds across the board.
Well, yeah, mirrored builds. Basically going for this. This is one of the most. You know what's surprising to me is that this is one of the most prevalent builds, or at least it used to be in ZvZ. Like, it's so stable. It's good against everything. A lot of people generally play this style with kind of mass ling into Scourge, but it can very well pivot into more macro-based, like layer first. Both players going for the speed though, so this is kind of normal in the 12-12-11 build order. You really kind of get a lot of lings out. It's very economical. This is like probably the most robust build you can do in this matchup. But we'll have to see exactly. You know, when it's a mirror matchup between these two builds, more often than not, you see a lot of ling wars.
Well, this looks quite sneaky. Michael has a couple lings. Well, actually more than a couple. He has 6 lings just sitting to the right of his hatchery, and I don't think the Overlord's going to spot it. He's showing only 4. So Gornich is going to be feeling confident that he can just move out and attack this, and he's in for a rude awakening because it's actually going to be 10 versus 8 when he arrives, and that might be the trade that Michael needs to just make a huge counterattack behind this. I wonder if Gornich is building drones or what. Okay, now the Overlord comes back for some reason, and now he's gonna know that all those lings actually were made, and this is gonna be 12 lings moving across the map for Michael. And as I said, those could have been drones, and I think that is actually what he made because he only has 2 more lings there to defend.
Yeah, this is gonna be really, really scary actually. From Gornich, here comes Michael. The 2 drones are pulled though. Look at that Michael, it's just always so sick. Instantly picks off the drone, then pulls back, takes a nice engagement without the drones really tanking too much. And that was a sick, convincing win by Michael. Now he's going to kill the other drone as well, and he's going to pull back. Look at, oh my god, dude, it really is so clinical every time. And he notices that essentially Gornich does have an advantage at this point in terms of the Zerglings. So he's going to pull back after killing the 2 drones. So I think Michael is in a really good position. You can see he's mining with only 2 drones on gas. Does get a lot of the lings out here, will be safe, and we'll see what the follow-up is. Again, both players kind of even. Somehow Gornich is still 1 supply ahead, so maybe getting the better of that trade, but really even for now.
Well, one thing that Gornich doesn't have going for him is he only had 1 on gas for a little bit of time, so you can see that reflected in the gas count, about a 80 to 90 gas lead for Michael, so almost a full Mutalisk, definitely at least 1 round of Scourge. Both players are, I guess, going to back off for now. We'll see who wants to make the first move with their Mutalisk. More gas, a bigger gas lead now for Michael. It's approaching 150. Now I'm starting to get worried for Gornich, and that is a drone that popped out. So if Gornich recognizes that more drones are kind of being snuck by Michael, he may go for a killing move, because that is what looks to be an overwhelming amount of lings right now versus what Michael has. And you know, there's always that moment in time where when the Spire pops, if they build mutas and you go for a big ling flood, you could just end the game. So I wonder if that's what Michael built. It looks like he did build some Mutalisks right now, so Gornich does have a window of opportunity right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can hit the timing here. Again, up supply. He has been making lings. Remember, this is usually what happened. Lings, a ling timing attack followed up by Scourge in case the other player went for Mutalisk. This is going to be a good engagement for Gornich. He has so many lings, so many more lings than Michael. I think he has found the timing, but here come the Mutalisks. Now behind this, most likely Scourge are coming. Yeah, you can see this is so bog standard 12-12-11 mirror stuff. And it's up to Michael to see whether or not he can micro well enough with his Mutalisks and make them pay off. He will have, I mean, if he only has these 2 Mutas, it's not going to be enough to deal with the Scourge, and it looks like Gornich is going to come out on top. A lot of these Zerglings are attacking the hatchery at the natural. Michael, just so many Scourge, he can't really deal with all of them, but he does deal with the Zerglings, and now it looks like Michael does save his natural, but the Scourges, you know, trading Scourges for Mutalisks is always a win for the Scourge player. They're just cheaper. And now, look, Gornich has 1 Mutalisk coming in to harass the drone line, and with Scourges flying over the eggs of Michael, it's not quite clear that he'll have a response.
Yeah, I think this is just game over as soon as... Oh, look at 2 Scourge kill 4 Scourge, and only 1 of the Scourge at the bottom end up surviving, so this 1 Muta is going to still stay alive and be able to kill this drone line. Meanwhile, there is a Ling counterattack, but Gornich is going to hold that easily, and that's going to be it. GG. So Gornich quickly just dealing with Michael.
Yeah, very quick games, and Gornich showing his stuff off, showing why he's one of the strongest players in BSL history. Avoiding elimination at the hands of a Zerg player, and he's going to be feeling good about that. But up next, it is going to be the rematch against OyA.
Yeah, it's the dream. We've got the rematch from game 1, and we'll see if OyA can actually solidify that he is definitely better than Gornich, take him out 2-0 in this group in best of 3s. But before we get into our final game, we're going to go into a quick break, and then we'll come back and find out who's it going to be, OyA or Gornich, making it out in 2nd place.
My God, dude!
That is actually a saving move for True Touch right there.
Like, dude, Tech is playing out of his mind.
We are back. We just saw Gornich take down Michael in some very quick ZvZs, and now we've got the rematch that I've been waiting for to see if OyA can prove that he is the better player or if Gornich is going to get a bit of redemption. We've already seen Avi-Love make it out in first place. I don't think a lot of people suspected that. As I mentioned in the polls, only 8 people were believers in Avi-Love. Now we're going to see who's going to make it out in second place. We are going to get into Blade Runner again, so this is going to be another 4-player map. We haven't seen many PvZs, but yesterday we had quite of an epic one with Hawk versus Bonnet, so this should be very, very fun.
Yeah, Blade Runner is a sick map for PvZ at least, and between these two players it's going to be really awesome. Like you said, chance for Gornich to get his revenge. You know, at the end of the first series, he wasn't too happy about it, you could tell. So probably dying to get a rematch here, but you know, it was kind of a beatdown by OyA. Now, OyA, despite that, did lose to Avi-Love in very long games as well. Like, it didn't look too convincing for his Protoss vs Zerg, so you know, that could be a factor as well in terms of where his confidence is at and having to play the matchup again. And we'll have to see how Gornich approaches it differently, because it's quite clear that the game plan he had in his first series didn't quite pan out the way he had hoped for. But Blade Runner is a map where he can play that style that he wanted to play in the first 2 games.
Yeah, the defensive lurker style that Larva likes to play. We saw Hawk go for that yesterday to great success versus Bonnet, and he may have similar success here versus OyA. We were talking earlier how we preferred Hydra Man on Overwatch, but now that we're not on Overwatch, this should be a better map for his style, as you mentioned. I'm still waiting to see the god tier macro that we saw in BSL8 versus Bonnet, but today it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case for Gornich, because it looks completely different from back in those days where it was pure Hydra Man, like you were talking about, to more defensive play. So we'll see if he's going to switch it up or if he's just going to go into what he tried to pull out earlier. I'm mostly worried about OyA, because that was a heartbreaking way to lose versus Avi-Love. 2 times you got ransacked by Lings. Sure, Eclipse game, you were definitely going to win that simply because of how far ahead you are. But I think he's got to be more careful pulling out that kind of catch-all build in the goon build, catch-all goon build, because that really backfired versus Avi-Love.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I buy that build either, to be completely honest with you. Avi-Love completely crushed it, and honestly, if Avi-Love had won that 6 hatchery build and went into Hydras instead, he probably would have just ended the game there. But he literally stopped it with Mass Ling. So, of course, Lings are quite good versus upgraded Lings are quite good versus Dragoons, but really, the pitfall of that build that OyA did has nothing to do with the army composition. It just has to do with the army strength. Like, you just don't have that many units as Protoss, and Zerg has a lot of time to get up those 6 hatcheries, so it doesn't really matter what Zerg makes. They just have to make a bunch of units. And anyway, Blade Runner is going to be the first game, or the first map here for this last best of 3 of today. Gornich versus OyA. Let's see who makes it out of Group B.
So in the top right are Russian Zerg looking for revenge. It is Gornich.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, the Swedish Protoss, it is OyA.
So we still haven't seen any shenanigans from OyA just yet in the BSL. Of course, this is just his first day. But we also haven't seen any shenanigans from Bonnet. I guess well, actually in the round of 24, I forgot that we've seen the Quark Gates and the tech aggression, but I was going to say that it seemed like most of these Protoss players are just playing pretty much straight up. They're not going for anything really gimmicky. So we'll see if OyA wants to change that. It looks like he's going to have another forward gate more than likely, I don't think this is going to be Forge Expand. And Blade Runner looks very big, that I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 12 hatch from Gornich.
Yeah, Gornich has favored the... Well, actually, no, he did go for Overpool those first 2 games. It was Avi-Love, who is more of the hatch first type of player. Of course, on this map, hatch first can be good, but once again, I was gonna say, okay, I thought OyA was gonna get the first scout off with the gate, but actually he might, because he's coming in here to check for the Overlord, and it's not there, so he will most likely redirect the probe to top right, and that is gonna be the first scout against the hatch first again. So, or is he going to go top left? Let's see. The probe is still making its way through the middle of the map. I'm not quite sure about the pathing. Yeah, he is going to go top left. So, bit of kind of fortunate here for Gornich that he does not get scouted first with this opening.
Yeah, this might be the first time in BSL history that a Protoss player doesn't scout first. This is going to be a second scout for OyA. And we do see that this was actually 12 hatch from Gornich, so he's going to have his spawning pool coming in a little bit later. Zealot might be able to get some damage done. Now, something that we know about this map, which is the lack of vision in the center, very similar to Whiteout, actually hasn't come into play in any game yet so far. So I'm wondering if that might actually come into play this game with Gornich's like lurker style. Like, will he have lurkers hidden in the shadows on hold position, and OyA like runs into like a lurker landmine and loses all of its Templars? We still haven't seen something like that happen just yet. Now I'm looking at the map. Yeah, mineral only 3rd hatch for Gornich, so that's going to be very close base for him. First Zealot is already here, and as we've talked about before, that ramp is so tight that a Zealot can literally just hold it by itself.
Yeah, well, here comes the Zealot again. It's so important for Zerg to keep all the drones alive. One drone... Dude, this is sick micro from Gornich. The probe goes down. No drones are dead. And, wow, that was a really sick hold from the Zerg player. He does have 6 lings out. Looks like OyA does have a third or a second Zealot this time around. So, because, of course, he didn't get the first scout off, so probably wasn't able to get his patented... 1 Zealot Nexus. I think there's like a blue dot at the 3rd base there for Gornich. I'm not quite sure what it is. I think it's a Zealot given the supply. So definitely went for that 2 gate there. Or 2 gate, rather 2 Zealots before the Nexus. So, but now, yeah, OyA kept the Zealot back. Oh, okay, it looks like the Zealot actually had vision of the Zerglings before the Zerglings had vision of the Zealot.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I thought that the Zealot was just going to walk into death, but he's like, nope, not for me. Let me just back off. And I don't think Gornich realizes that there's one out on the map. Of course, he does have lings sitting there and waiting in case there is one. So for now, OyA is going to just hide it at the top middle. Now, this is the question that we've been asking pretty much all day long, is what's the follow-up for OyA? We've seen varied builds. We've seen Citadel opener. We've seen Stargate. We've seen Goons. So what is it going to be this time on Blade Runner? I think that we may see Citadel again, simply because the spawns are about as close as you're going to get. The 3rd base is very close, and there it is. This is going to be Citadel, so you're going to be expecting a 2nd gate coming in pretty soon. And I am noticing that the Overlord... Wow, look at that stutter step micro. The drone could not escape in time, and he ends up taking that one down.
Well, this is OyA's patented build. You saw the Forge spinning, no second gas. Citadel coming along. I wouldn't be surprised if the core starts spinning as well, and he's going to go into that Dragoon production. So he really believes in this build. You know, we'll have to see if it works for him this time around against Avi-Love. It wasn't so effective. This Zealot is doing a lot of damage, though. It does get 2 drones. It will get cleaned up, though. But... yeah, Gornich, so far, look at how many drones he's making. No lair for him just yet, though, so it looks like he's going to go for basically what Avi-Love did in his game.
Yeah, but the Overlord does now spot that it is Citadel, but there's no lair, there's no Hydrogen, so he's going to have to scramble to get up some defense. These Zealots are super annoying. Whether he kills a drone or not, well, of course he wants to kill drones, but he's at least forcing drones off the mineral line. fifth hatch should be coming down soon. You can see Gornich is starting to get his Sim City going, but I still didn't see a Hydrogen anywhere. I think he's okay just holding with Lings because he just has flat out so many of them and he hasn't really killed any of them. But +1 weapon is very okay. Templar Archive is done, and this might actually be, you know, the Dragon special with like 1 Archon mixed in potentially, and just try and go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a small deviation here for OyA, but you know, it looks like Gornich is, yeah, the core isn't spinning, so it might just be Zealots straight up, which would be pretty nice against what Gornich is doing.
I think
Gornich has a lot of Hydras though.
Does he have Hydras? He just has Lings.
Are those just Lings?
Yeah, those are just Lings. I think once these 4 gates completes, he goes for double Archon and goes for just like a bust onto Gornich. He knows that Gornich has built a ton of Lings, and Zealots and Archons are obviously going to murder them. And if Gornich feels like he can't build enough enough Hydras in time, he may go Sunken Man, but with the Archon, they can range the Sunkens from a distance. So I think this is a pretty nice move from OyA potentially.
Yeah, but I mean, he only has 300 gas, so it would be surprising if he can get out that many Templar. Yeah, it just spent all of it. So 2 Templar on the way. Yeah, you might be right about this. There used to be, you know, well, there are DTs running around. A long time ago, Nyoken, that used to be like quite the build, you know, in PvZ. Like, people would go the 3 Archon push, but it would hit around 8 minutes. And you had like 3 Archons with a bunch of Zealots, so you had a response to Mutalisks, and it was kind of like a very, very strong push. Maybe. What?
Holy smokes, Molahai, thank you for the donation. It looks, I guess he donated directly to Zero, but he donated $820, and that puts us basically at exactly $4,000 if I remember correctly. So thank you so much, Molahai. I remember him from previous BSLs donating quite a bit. So much support. Thank you guys so much, and that's going to confirm that BSL12 is going to happen. Oh man, that's great. I can't believe that we got the funding already in the round of 16.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. The support from the community is huge. Obviously, everyone wants to see more StarCraft, so that's always exciting. That's just crazy, man. That's like what, like $1,800 today.
Yeah, we went up earlier. We had a $1,000 donation from Pure Pat, and now Molahai just confirming that BSL 12 is going to happen. So that is really, really great. Now, I don't know if you noticed this, Mihai, but that looks like a friggin' ton of gates in OyA's base. I think he's already at 8. There seems to be gateways placed at the top right of his base.
Yeah, but it is 9 minutes, and generally when you go for this kind of really fast +1 Citadel play, like, your Zealot push comes in ASAP. So honestly, Gornich has had a long time to drone up and get this Hydralisk count, but you know, there are storms to work with on OyA's side. He does have 2 Templar, but look at it, Gornich, he's actually sidestepping the Zealots, and maybe he might try and go for a snipe on the Templar in the middle of the map. Not sure. He does get 1 Templar. No, he doesn't actually. So Templar are still alive. I wonder if the other Templar does have energy. He does have at least have 1 Storm. That storms most of his units, really. Even though his Templar almost dies there, he does have Storm on the 2nd Templar. His Zealots are kind of beaten up though, and that's 1 more Storm. That Templar doing work, getting a couple of Hydralisks, and this is so many Zealots, Nyoken. This is the strength of OyA's build, and I think Gornich is not used to this.
Yeah, look at supply, 60 to 111. If OyA just reinforces, which I do see he's doing, he may be able to just end it. But the Sim City is fantastic for Gornich. But when you're getting doubled in supply, it's probably just a matter of time. We saw the first goon is moving across the map, so this may be ranged goons coming in pretty soon. OyA is very, very low on gas, so I think that is going to be the case. But look how many damn Zealots there are. I think this is just going to be OyA running Gornich over. He just needs to find where the vulnerable base is, and it looks like it's the 3rd base.
Yeah, OyA, I mean, huge supply lead. This attack did wonders for him, and Gornich was simply underprepared, and it's a bit surprising, really, because 9 minutes is quite late for a Zealot attack to do this much damage, but it did. And Yeah, that's going to be it for game 1. I mean, the Dragoons are starting to reinforce here for OyA, and like you said, he has a bunch of gates behind this, and taking that third base at the 6 o'clock, no less. So just absolute disaster here for Gornish, and another game convincingly won by OyA.
So you got to tell me, where did it go wrong? Because the Zealot got denied instantly, right? Like he almost killed it with pure drones. And then the second Zealot, sure, it got 2 drone kills, but I feel like that kind of just evens out the fact that the first Zealot got no success. And then remember, the Lynx picked off 1 Templar. So what happened there? Like, how does OyA just explode in units that Gornish can't keep up?
Well, I don't know, man, but here's the thing. Obviously, we've talked about this earlier today, but when the Zerg does not go for the lair, does not go for the Spire, and Protoss does not have to worry about any kind of muta switch, they can really accelerate their ground unit production. PvZ is so much easier to play when you don't have to worry about the Mutalisk switch and you only have to worry about the ground army. So that's one factor. The other factor is that despite the fact that we saw OyA go for the quick +1 on the Forge and the quick Citadel, and most likely Gornish did spot that, you know, as a Zerg player, you kind of notice what the Forge timing is, the upgrade on the Forge. Probably got some over. I'm not sure that he saw the Citadel, but he certainly saw that there was no Corsair at like 6 minutes. So he should be able to piece it together, but he didn't see a push out, like a Zealot push at around the 7-minute mark, 7.5-minute mark, and instead it came later at 9 minutes, like we saw that game, but it was much stronger. So I think just kind of that weirdness in timing probably threw Gornish off. You saw he had a lot of Zerglings early on, probably didn't get to drone as much as he should have. Just kind of mismanaging his economy is most likely what happened that game, because by 9 minutes, a Zerg should have more than enough to defend against pure Zealot.
Yeah, when he was moving his Hydras around, remember, in the center of the map, and I thought he was going to pick off a couple of Templars. He ended up not doing that, but I thought we were going to get into a scenario like what happened with True Touch, where he just draws the units back and forth and slowly builds up this overwhelming Hydra count, but that just ended up never happening. And remember, also OyA built the DT, which of course not super expensive, but it's not like it got into a drone line and killed a ton of drones. It killed, like what I saw, 1 Hydra. So really, it felt like just OyA completely out macroed him, and Gornish has got to be thinking to himself, well, what do I do now? Because first off, on the Overwatch games, just completely shut down the lurker style. Now it looked like he was going for Hydra Man, and that got shut down. So I don't know exactly what Gornish is intending to do here, and he's going to risk it all on Demonio Azul, which is a bit interesting because this is a new map.
This is such a crazy pick here from Gornish, but it is going to be his last stand here. He has to win this game to stay in the tournament. Let's get into it.
So in the bottom right, he wants to end this. It is OyA.
And in the 12 o'clock position here, well, he doesn't want this to end. It is Gornish. And honestly, Demonio Azul, man, like, such a weird map for Gornish to play, and in my opinion, it's just telegraphing such huge aggressive play, because we've seen Gornish, he prefers, again, that laid-back kind of lurker, macro-heavy style, and that's not going to work on this map. Look at how spread out the bases are. Look at how open the map is. So, again, I've spoken about this. There's a lot of opportunities for Zerg to all-in Protoss here, and it is hard for Protoss to get a third base and a fourth base, but I feel like Zerg, if you're not going to play that really heavy Hydra style in the mid-game, what are you going to do other than all-in?
Well, if I'm looking at this map correctly, it looks like these like third bases are quite open, right? There's like no ramp or anything like Blade Runner. It's just completely open. Now, what about taking another main as your third hatch? Like, Is that an option? We used to see that a year and a half ago, but it seems like you almost never see it now. If Gorynich wants to play defensive style, this is a 3-player map. Is that something he could go for?
Another anonymous tip. I mean, yeah, that probe, first of all, OyA killed the probe. This is so heartbreaking to watch if you're a Gorynich fan. You know, sometimes the mental game is just won by one player, and OyA is definitely inside of Gornich's head. Such massive success against him today so far. And yeah, Nayak, and I feel like maybe that could be an option on this map for Gorynich to go for a 3rd hatch at the natural of the other main, but look at how far that would be. It would be so hard to defend. It would be so incredibly hard to defend, so I'm not quite sure, really. Like, again, this map is... It's not like a very solid map. Like, you know, it's not the kind of map that you pick and you're like, you know what, I'm going to play a very solid game on here. It's very kind of... It's very open. It's very all over the place. So, and that can work, especially for a Zerg who's hyper-aggressive here. But yeah, we'll see. Two Lings coming in here. This is a repeat of what we saw this morning. Or no, actually, who did we see do this a lot? True Touch versus Bonnet. True Touch does this a lot with the early Two Lings.
Yeah, so the Zealot really didn't get much damage done, but I do want to point out that this looks like it's the first game where Gorynich is deviating from Hatcheryman, because this was pretty much the standard 235 to 240 gas. So this is going to be lair, and there is the mix-up. There is that 3rd hatch at the natural, as we talked about. So this may be the defensive split map style, but because it is a 3-player map, this should split in favor of Gorynich if we look at simply the amount of bases. Well, actually, I'm looking at it, and if OyA was to take all of the right side, it would just be 6 base versus 6 base. Now let's see if this Zealot can actually get any damage done. Remember, last game didn't really find much success. Meanwhile, 2 Lings are in the main of OyA. There's got to be careful to not lose any probe. That's some good control right there. Not able to take it down, but it does damage it quite a bit. Where's that lair, man? Because I thought for sure he's going to have a lair, but I don't see it anywhere.
Well, I mean, it's
just
hard
for speed,
to...
I guess.
I guess you kind of would like to get a lair early on with this style, because you kind of have to rely on lurkers to defend this.
Is that
bottom
double
left
forge?
side.
Oh no, cybernetics at the front. So he streamlined his build like crazy.
Yeah, well, this tech here from OyA is really fast. Gorynich, though, if he gets a lair and lurkers out really fast, he will be able to defend bottom left, because otherwise you have to rely on kind of split, like, you'll have to have Hydras at both top left and bottom left. And oh my god, he actually does get in here, and the cannon's not quite done. If he kills the cannon, it would be really a nuisance to Protoss, but it looks like OyA did pull the probes as well, so it does deal with that fairly well. Now Lings, though, do get inside of OyA's base, and if they kill probes, obviously that's not a good sign for the Protoss player. It does force one cannon there, but in any case, it's not too much of a disaster for the Protoss, because you would want to have a cannon there for the Mutalisk timing. Though Gorynich has not shown that he wants to go Mutalisks at all in any of his games today. 4th hatchery is going down. Yeah, no lair. So this is going to be interesting, because Gorynich, when you play this no lair style, you're really going to rely on Hydras to defend both your bases. But because of the vast difference between the two of them, I mean, you'll never be able to get the Hydras together. So if OyA does something like he did last game, I feel like he could just power through both sides. And not just that, but look, Gorynich feels pressured to get early sunks here, and that's going to tax his economy as well. And oh my god, CRVT?
CRVT with another massive donation. He donated in the round of 24. Just crazy, man. All the support we're getting from all of you guys in the chat. Thank you so much. as we mentioned before, we've already hit our goal. So I'm not sure where that money's I think the money will potentially get used for other tournaments, if I remember correctly. Remember, we have like ladder tournaments and race war tournaments. That's potentially could be where the money goes. So thank you again, CRVT, for another $500 donation. That's so nuts.
Yeah, massive donation. Just incredible again. The support is nuts for the tournament. It's really sick to see, honestly. Like, yeah, just I don't know. The StarCraft scene is just so sick. Thanks again, guys. Today, you know, we made like what, $2,300. Absolutely incredible, the support. So, you know, BSL 12 will be around the corner, but we're still in BSL 11. Don't get it mistaken. And so far, OyA is in a nice spot. Corsair is gonna scout around, though. OyA has not figured out that this third base is at bottom left, though. After scouting the mid left side of the map, OyA is sending his Corsair down there. Now he's gonna know what's up. The Sim City is nice from Gornich. It will help him defend this base, but look at how many creep colonies he has to make early on. He does not have a lair just yet, not have too many drones, and he has a lot of links here. So really, Gornich's economy isn't prospering just yet, and we'll have to see. You know, Protoss has two options here.
Yeah, he's got the option to just send that DT in because there's no Overlord and no Spore, and this might be a lot of damage being dealt to this mineral line. If that is not a Spore, it is morphing. It is a creep colony. What is it? Is it a sunken or is it a Spore? We don't know yet. The suspense is killing me, but the DT is gonna be here. Oh, it's a Spore, luckily. But there's a gap, of course. How's that possible? He still gets a couple of drone kills, 2 kills so far. And it looks like it's just, actually 3. So overall, not bad, but I thought he might have gotten more. Now, what's funny to me is you were mentioning all those Sunkens. You think he saw that Patak game? Sunken man on 2 base?
Who was Patak playing that game? Wasn't it Raz or something?
It was Raz.
Yeah.
There's another Sunken, so it's Sunken. He definitely saw that Patak game, man.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting approach here by Gornich. And in this situation, I mean, Protoss, again, Protoss has 2 options. They could power on 2 base and go for a really sick timing attack onto either side of the map. Or OyA could be like, you know what? Okay, fine. Have this base. I'm just going to take my 3rd base instantly. I'm going to take my 4th base instantly and play a very macro-heavy based game. Though that would allow Gornich to get into Hive Tech fairly easily. So we'll have to see what OyA is comfortable with. You know, traditionally, we've seen... You know what really picks apart this style is actually kind of a mass Sair style, where you get those 6 Sairs plus 1, and you go into really early drops, and you just run around and constantly harass the Zerg player, because, of course, in this case, you see Gornich only now getting Hydralisk, so he was relying on Spores for a long time to defend the Overlords. But even then, you know, the Spire's nowhere near completion, and one of the drawbacks with going for Corsairs in this matchup is that you open yourself up for that mid-game Hydra Bust timing. But when Zerg plays like this, they don't have a mid-game timing to bust your natural because they're so focused on staying alive and spamming those creep colonies. So a lot of those drawbacks from the Corsairs would be eliminated. But obviously OyA did not go that this time around. So really his only chance, well, his only option right now, it looks like he is going to try and go for a massive bust with a heavy goon count. But with these Sim Cities and all these Sunkens to work with, it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually power through.
This is probably what I would go for. I love the goon bust, and sometimes, you know, it hits right before the Zerg can actually get critical mass units. Like, yeah, he's got a lot of Sunkens. However, this is going to be a lot of goons, and he will be able to at least range this hatchery. So that's going to be a hatchery gone. That's going to allow the Zealots to get on top of the Sunkens too. And I think Gornich is in a bit of trouble because the Zealots are going to add a lot of DPS, and that is a lot of Zealots too. Meanwhile, the Lings aren't helping at all. They're going for a counterattack, but he needs to make sure he doesn't die. The Storm is great, illuminates a lot of the drones, illuminates a lot of the Hydras too. And this could be OyA just ending the game. There's no more Sunkens left.
Those storms were incredible from OyA. He killed everything. The drones, the hydras, and the goons. The thing with this SimCity is that being in a line like that and like the opening at the front is so easy for the goons to all get in range and just shoot down the sunks while the zealots run in and just tank everything. So OyA is gonna do it here, completely bust through the defenses from the Zerg player, and well, I guess that's I mean, what can Gornish do? If Gornish is gonna lose his main base as well, so he's gonna be basically relegated to the bottom left side of the map where he doesn't have his tech. His tech is up here. He'll have to rebuild his lair. You can see Gornish is still trying to play, still trying to stay alive, getting those 2 creep colonies, trying to make some emergency sunkens, and more units coming from the bottom left to reinforce, but OyA is already in this main base, and GG. Gornish calls it. There's your answer, Nayokin. OyA, he's done it.
Yeah, and that was, again, another decisive victory, and it seems like OyA just had Gornich's number today. Really, nothing went well for Gornich. Like, he just didn't have an answer to anything that OyA did. Overwatch didn't work out. And then these 2 games was, I thought, not anything crazy, just flat out pure macro ran him over, which is a bit unorthodox for Gornich because, like I said, in previous BSL seasons, he had some of the best macro I've ever seen in CVP, so I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe not at the result, but surprised at how it ended.
Yeah, no, totally right. Well, that's going to be disappointing for Gornich. Like we said earlier today, or rather you pointed it out, Nayak, either OyA or Gornich is going to be out of this group, and it looks like OyA has made it through. It's going to be a nice result for him because this was his first day in the tournament, and kind of a setback there against Avi-Love, but does make it through against Gornich. He's going to be feeling good about that, but the big winner today is Avi-Love, getting out of this group in first place with a sick performance from him. Basically winning against OyA, which we've seen he just 4-0'd Gornich, one of the staple kind of Zerg players in the foreign scene. So for Avi-Love to kind of bring him down like that is really impressive. And remember, Avi-Love, the one game he lost, he almost clawed back from like an infinite magnitude setback by losing those 5 drones. So really sick day today. But it is only the second day in the round of 16, guys. It was only Group B, and yesterday it was only Group A. So we still have Group C and D coming up next week, and those groups are going to be sick. I know we're going to have an absolutely insane group with the Terrans there, the 2 Peruvian Terrans in Dandy and Terror facing off there alongside who else? Koget and Dragon. That's going to be Group C next Saturday. That's going to be an exciting group. And then after that, the Walt Boa, Cork, and SPX fighting it out in Group D. Of course, that is going to be next week at the same time, 6:30 p.m. Central European Time, 12:30 Eastern Time. But yeah, Nayokin, for the people out there that are thinking about supporting the BSL, how could they go about doing that?
Yeah, so if you want to support the BSL, of course you can buy some of our new merch that we have at the BSL shop, but the main way you can do it is becoming a Patreon. Of course, we want to definitely thank our main sponsor, Esport Fund. They support us so much every single BSL. But if you want to donate, or if you want to become a Patreon, you can do so at patreon.com/bombastic. At the Bombastic General level, $100 a month, Andrei Shevkowski and Star Lover, Grail and Striker at $50 a month, $30 level, Tupacalypse and Gruglog, and at the $20 level we have X Civil War X, Christian Eddington, Mad Cat's Fairy Rogue, Martin Harzmar, LML, Lingam Pump, and Comcheck. And thank you so much to all of our other Patreon supporters. At the $20 level, if you become a Patreon supporter, you can get these replays. If you want to see... it's actually the $10 level. I've just learned that right now. So $10 level, become a Patreon supporter, and you can watch those replays and figure out how the heck OyA is just running people over like Gornich, who's one of the best Zerg players that the foreign scene has, because that was just pure macro play, and he crushed them.
Yeah. sick showing from OyA. Of course, the shop is sick too. I don't know if Zero wants to show that real quick here. He is in the process of doing other stuff. Yeah, you can buy some awesome gear. Oh, there's a hat too, Super Gosu. That is a sexy hat, but of course, like polos. Oh my god, those polos look sick. The t-shirts, hoodies, but let's not forget, there's also socks for those office workers out there. You know, you can kind of style your way into the office. Super Gosu. I know Nyokin would love to do that. Yeah, you seem like the type to just roll your pants up just to show off those socks.
Well, I actually have some colorful socks that I do wear often. I would get them on stream, but I have a feeling I might knock over my green screen. So maybe next time I'll hold them up. But yeah, it is a common thing in the office because generally you can't wear anything special, but that particular thing you can. Well, we're getting a look at Group C, as you mentioned, Koget, Terror, Dandy, and Dragon. That's going to be an exciting group. It seems like every group we've gotten so far has been some type of race death group. Group A, what was that? Was that the...
Well, Group A was pretty evenly spread, but yes, Group B was the Zerg group today.
Yes.
Group C is the Terran group. And then Group D is going to be the Protoss group. The Walt, Boa, Quark, and SPX in there. Thrown in the mix. He's going to have to test his TVP. That's, you know, I don't think anyone's jealous to be SPX. Because that's going to be a hard group for him. But Koget, Dragon... Yeah, well, we can see. Group C and D, whatever. They're going to be amazing groups. I can't wait to see Terra and Dandy duke it out. Of course, the two Peruvian Terran gods have been kind of the staple of the Terran scene in the non-Korean scene. But Koget up there as well. Dragon will have his work cut out for him in PvT. That's going to be next week. And that was it today. I don't know, Nyokin, how do you feel about this weekend?
I think that it was pretty good. I liked the games. I was surprised that Avi-Love did as well as he did. Again, because we haven't seen his Protoss, versus Protoss, I mean. Wasn't too sure what to expect. And it looked pretty good. And the FP view actually gave you a glimpse to see like his multitask level. Seeing all the macro hatches. The thing that I liked the most is something that you don't see many people actually do. Was if you notice when he used the Nidus and shift attack move to top left, that's something that players only like Larva and top tier players do. So that was really nice to see. And maybe he can go pretty far deep. But I am reminded that round of 8 is going to be like the top, like the first place finisher versus the second place finisher from other groups. And I'm thinking about who came in second so far. OyA and Boneth, right? So it's like, congratulations, Avi-Love. You got first place. You might be rewarded with Boneth next time. So that's kind of unfortunate for him. But I mean, really, who are you going to get rewarded with in that group? You're either getting True Touch or Boneth. So maybe that is actually who he wanted.
Yeah, well, especially if you get into the round of 8 of BSL, it's always going to be insanely stacked. And yeah, so far we have had True Touch, Boneth, Avi-Love, and OyA make it through. Next week, we are going to have 4 more gamers, elite gamers, making it through. So you definitely want to tune in next week. Same time, same place. Of course, you know, I'm Guy, that's Nye. We're here in... Okay, so Tuesday and Thursday, there are going to be the Gosu League casts. And so we are going to be starting from this Tuesday. Make sure you guys tune into those. Of course, BSL, it's not just the Pro League, it's all the other leagues as well that are really interesting. And especially the Gosu League is kind of like where... let's say the up-and-coming talents are making a name for themselves. And for example, OyA was a Gosu leaguer not too long ago, and now he's basically a cemented pro leaguer. So definitely some strong talent in the Ghost League. You guys want to check that out. I'm sure there's going to be information in the chat. But yeah, that's it for today. I'm Guy, he's Nye. We're here in the BSL studios, straight from Poland. Of course, where else? But we will see you guys next week. Thanks for tuning in, and much love.